Welcome to NUFC Talk Radio Matchday Live, Toon Twins edition with Tim and Peter. Live on DAB Radio, YouTube and the website. So Newcastle play Brentford at St James's Park in a return to the Premier League. With me and Peter today we have the legend that is Borky. How you doing, mate? You good, mate?
Yeah, good, lad. Yourselves?
Nice one. Good, thanks. You,
All
Peter?
good. Cheers. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Looking forward to today's match. You doing all right, Timmy?
Yeah, good. I'll be heading off early to go to work, unfortunately. So I'm gonna not have the pleasure or displeasure potentially of seeing the game today, but we'll see. But before we get into the game, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's totally free. Smash the like button. It really helps support the stream. Get involved in the live chat. We want to hear your thoughts. To guarantee your comment being read out, give us a super chat. Don't forget to become a member by joining NT TV Plus for $4.99. NT TV Plus now includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. Supporting the channel really helps us to continue to deliver daily Newcastle United content. Okay. Right. So, how are you feeling for this one today, Borgie, against Brentford?
A little bit apprehensive, to be honest. I don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think no Premier League game is an easy game, really, is it? But they've been in quite good form this season. The seventh in the league, I think. They're ahead of us at the minute. So I don't think it's going to be a give me. I hope we'll win, and I think we will win in the end. But I don't think it's going to be definitely not. Well, I wouldn't have thought we're going to go out and just thrash them, sort of thing. I think it's going to be a little bit of an edgy affair.
Yeah,
I agree
feel like
totally.
that.
What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, it's like you say, Brentford. They are doing well. They're above Newcastle at the minute in the table, and I've been really impressed with how they've done under the new manager this season. So fair play to him, Keith Andrews. No one would have really expected, I don't think, for him to have done as well as what he's done so far. So they are a very competitive team. Whenever I've watched them, I think they always tend to have a really good kind of team spirit, and I think they're quite direct as well in terms of getting at teams. They like to mix it up a little bit. So yeah, I think it could be a good one. It could be a bit end to end. If you're neutral, obviously that's going to be a great watch. But with obviously Newcastle, we have been very open, I think, this season. It's been a bit kamikaze in terms of the style. Lots of gaps everywhere. But no, do you know what? I think this could be a chance to this could be a turning point for our season. So fingers crossed for the 3 points. What do you think about, I'm just thinking there about Brentford. Jordan Henderson plays for Brentford. So, and to be fair to him, right, obviously I know he's a Mackham. So yeah, he might get a few boos today. But he's done well, and yeah, I think he's a really solid addition to Brentford's midfield area. He kind of acts as the anchor, and he's got a decent pass on him. I think he likes to break up the play, so he'll probably relish today. Obviously, being at St James's. Just to throw it out there, Bucky, what would you have thought if we had went for Henderson in the summer? Because wasn't he a free agent?
He was a free agent. I think it would have been a backward step for someone of his age coming in. Yeah, backward step for someone of his age coming into to this squad. And I don't think he's the type of profile of player that that Eddie Howe would try to sign. But don't get us wrong; he's been a great player over the years. I think people maybe might forget. I'm sure, if I'm right, he signed for Kenny Dalglish at Liverpool when Andy Carroll went at the same time. And if you look at it since then, he had the little trip abroad, but he's always carried on at quite a high level in football, and he's always been in and around the England team since then. You know, he's had a long and good career. I know he's a Mackham, and we'll call him out for that. But I think if you if you actually look at his career itself, for somebody that's probably he's good, but he's not as naturally gifted as some players. He obviously works really hard on it. And I think sometimes those type of players, maybe it's a little bit like a James Milner, they last a little bit longer because they've attuned the bodies to being able to challenge it sort of against players that have got more natural ability at the top of the league.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Just to come in there, I think they've definitely made the most of the careers that we haven't there, where they haven't got that natural ability, like you said, some they have, but they've kind of wrung everything out of what they can give for the game and for the career. So, and I think maybe why you ask that, Peter, is because he's a number 6 basically, isn't he? He can't play that role, and that's something that we have sorely lacked. Yes, Tonali could do that potentially, but Eddie Howe wants to play with a more fluid system, and I think a lot of people would argue we could do with somebody where we have a different system in that they just sit in there and protect the back four a bit more than what we do now. I mean, today with Brentford, I mean, they've surprised everyone this season, haven't they? They're not going to be a pushover. They're clearly a really good side. They're actually in contention for a European place, aren't they? 7th place, potentially. Yeah, there's a few things, I want to kind of get off my chest before I go as well today about kind of the bigger picture. I'll stick to the Brentford game specifically for now, though, Borky, because I want to ask. I heard you say that you would start Asula, I believe. Tell us why you would do that.
I didn't. I got his name mixed up. It was him.
Oh, did you reckon?
I said I would go 4-4-2. I
Right,
would
okay.
go Barnes and Elanga on the wings. If hopefully Bruno's back, so you've got Bruno and Tonali in the middle. If not, probably Ramsey. And then up front, I would try Wissa and Voltemora. I think this is a game where we can try that and see how it works. I mean, it would be more of a 4-4-1-1 if you like, but it's an old style 4-4-2 to me. So
Oh, exactly. Honestly, I've said a million times, like, it's semantics, isn't it? It's 4-4-2 in that back in the day you had Zola, you had Bergkamp, even Berbatov as well a bit later. Nobody said it was anything other than 4-4-2, did they, back then? So, yes, it's about the profile of the player, whether they can drop in or not. And yes, Voltemora can drop in. And I totally agree, because I think that would get the best out of him. And now that Asul is fit and he's on the bench, we have that cover to have both Wissa and Voltemora out there from the start. So that was the big question for me when we bought Voltemora. What would happen when all 3 strikers are fit, and what will Eddie Howe do? And I just think it's been kind of done to death, but I'm repeating a lot of people here, but I just think that we're not going to see the best of Voltemora if we keep on trying to play him as the spearhead of the attack, chasing down, closing down from the front. We need to see him with players running beyond him, and that could work with wing backs potentially, or like you say, 4-4-2 with Wissa directly ahead of him. That'll bring the best out of Voltemora, and if we keep on trying to do otherwise, then yeah, I kind of fear that we're never going to see him fulfill his potential at Newcastle. One thing I'll just switch to as well is Anthony Elanga. What have you made about how he's been playing more recently, Borgie? Is the hope there? Do you think, oh yeah, actually, you know what, he could still be a really good player for us, or is it kind of, well, he's done okay, but you're still a bit sceptical?
well, let's hope there, because we've seen what he's done in the past at Nottingham Forest, and we've seen there's a player there, and there's someone there that can play in the Premier League at the top level. We have seen him get better, but I just don't want to jump aboard the bandwagon now with people starting to say, "Oh, he's coming good," and he's got better. He still hasn't been brilliant. I mean, I think the game the other against Man City probably is the best game I've seen him play for. I don't mind players missing chance. I know he scored the goal, which was great, but I don't mind players the chance that he missed, the one that he should have put away. I don't mind players doing that as long as they're in the position, because 9 times out of 10 he'll score that, probably more. But you've got to be in that position. I think earlier in the season he wouldn't have actually been there to have that shot,
True.
whereas he's starting now to show a little bit of confidence. And it's just going to take him a little bit of time to settle into the way we play, because we don't play the same style as what he's come from, whereas he was sort of just expected to run sort of thing, and there'd be people in the box for him to get to. At the minute, we're not playing that style of football, so he's having to adapt, and we're having to adapt. I think, as people have said, we are in a transition period at the minute, and it's whether Eddie keeps pushing forward with the transition and keeps going for that, and that's his plan, or as some people want them to jam the brakes on and go back to what we were doing before because it was working in regards to that. So it's a difficult one at the minute. Maybe this is a transitional season, as people are saying. It's a one where we're swapping over styles of play, and we do have to be a little bit patient with the players that are coming on the pitch.
Yeah.
What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I think with Alanga, it is a transitional season because obviously we've lost, he who shall not be named, and then with Alanga, it's a different kind of player to what we've, I think, been used to from when Murphy was the main man on that right hand side. Alanga is more of a runner. So yeah, with Alanga, I think it was really good to see on Wednesday him to get that goal and be kind of what's the word, sort of positive in his play and proactive, because he kind of took the ball by the horns a little bit, didn't he? And he just said, you know what, I'm just going to go for this. You could see the gap between the two players. He knows he's got the pace, and he wasn't afraid to use that pace. So yeah, good attitude, I think, from Alanga on Wednesday, because it would have been easy just to kind of pass the ball back the way that it's gone for him so far, play the easy pass. So no, we need him to kind of cut through the opposition that way and use his pace, because he's lightning. Obviously, we saw both sides, didn't we, to Alanga in that match, because soon after he then missed the easier chance. But like you say, I'll let him off for that. He's got his goal on that in that match on Wednesday night. So yeah, hopefully that'll give him the confidence to kick on, and I expect him to play today against Brentford as well.
So would you actually play him if you had that choice today?
I would be devastated if he put Murphy in for some reason instead of Alanga the day. I think that would be the complete wrong call. He's had as we say, he's scored a goal. He's had chances. Sometimes even just having chances builds your confidence up a little bit, because you're thinking, "Oh, I am getting there now. I am, having the chance at scoring goals." So I think he needs a run of games. He needs now to be in the team for the next 2 or 3 games and see where he goes. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But hopefully it does, and hopefully, as I say, it builds his confidence up, and we start to see the Alanga that we all want to see. And as I say, putting Murphy in the day would, in my view, just be a complete kick in the teeth to the lad after he's had a good game.
Well,
Yeah.
playing devil's advocate, right, with that, what if Brentford sit really deep, which they may well do, and play purely on the counter, and that doesn't suit Alanga's strengths, and he has a poor game because of that, partly because of that? Would you see there's an argument there to play Murphy for that reason and save Alanga for off the bench, where he can then continue to have those shoots of recovery, if you like, and then maybe start him another game where we're going to have a bit more space?
I think it's. I mean, there's pros and cons to starting any player, but I think the thing that builds your confidence is if you're in the starting lineup for a couple of weeks. If you actually if you see your name on the team sheet when you go in and on the day of the match, and you think, "Oh, he's believing in us. I'm beginning to get there." One thing I think he could do with Alanga the day, what I'd love to see that happen is when we get a corner against or something, leave Alanga on the halfway line. He's never going to head a ball away for you. He's not like he's not tall enough. So, and leave him, like, as I say, high up pitch. There's two things. It means it gives us a chance of an out ball. And even if you just tell the players, look, if you get it, clear it over the top and just let him run for it. If he gets there, great. If he doesn't, we've not lost anything. But it also means they've got to have more defenders at the back to cover for him being there, so they can't have as many players in the box. And I know me and Win have been saying this forever. Sort of, we don't understand why we put every player back for a corner. From this game, Alanga's obviously got the pace, and that's part of the reason why we've got him in, obviously. Pop him on the halfway line and let him run.
That reminds us actually of an incident against Chelsea at home. I think they had a free kick, not a corner. Might be wrong. But they put it in the box and we broke with Alanga. And he had that chance, didn't he? He could have squared it, I think, to Barnes in his shot. So, yeah, what you're saying there was highlighted in that move, wasn't it? So, yeah, I think that's definitely something to think about. We'll have to use his pace. Like, that's the one thing that he's got. No matter if his confidence is low, he's got that raw pace that he can use and go from there. So I definitely agree. We've got to kind of build on that and create situations to get the most out of that. if he's in the team. I think to be fair, I kind of agree what you're both saying as well, in that it probably is right to start him today to keep his confidence going and to kind of say, look, yeah, they're playing a lower block potentially, but I've still got faith in you to make the right movements to create chances anyway, and get a goal like he did against Man City. Because to be fair, that wasn't a counter attack, was it? That was him making that himself. So yeah, I think it probably is the right decision to start him.
The thing with Brentford, to me,
yeah,
just on that, I don't think Brentford will sit back. I think they will come to St James's to try and win, because they're in the ascendancy. That they're like I say, they're above Newcastle in the league. They've done really well so far this season. They look like a confident side who they believe in their ability to kind of go to games and win. So I don't think they'll sit back personally. I think there will be gaps there to hopefully try and exploit. I could be wrong, because we've seen teams this season rock up at St James's and be really compact and difficult to break down. But still, I think they've got an attacking mindset from what I can tell when I've watched them play. So yeah, I would go Alanga right wing, and fingers crossed he can kind of take confidence from Wednesday night.
Yeah, I think it could be a bit like the Crystal Palace game, where Palace did cause us some problems, but it was more through direct play.
Yeah,
Getting the ball forward early, picking up the second balls. I think it could be more like that.
Yeah,
with Brentford, I think they'll be compact. So, like I say, it's not going to be easy, and it really is a test of nerves today, I think, for the players. Obviously, the crowd as well, in a way. We can't get too jittery, because everyone knows how important it is to try and climb the league table where we are right now. So there's a lot riding on it, and I think it is a mental game today as much as anything else. So the players really have got to hold the nerve. I want to just mention a few things around the bigger picture and Eddie Howe. I noted that in the press conference, he said something about the squad. He said it's a good squad when everyone is fit, didn't he? And to me, it's a bit of a kind of, is it oxymoron maybe, where having a good squad should mean that injuries don't impact you as they could if you didn't have a good squad. Do you know what I mean? So I think I don't quite agree with what he's saying about the injuries, because I think the squad is deep enough. Now, whether or not it's deep enough to have a like-for-like replacement and still, challenge on all fronts is another question in terms of really getting to the business end of the season. But I do think the squad is there to rotate at times. And yeah, this is some of the frustration with me with this season and Eddie Howe. On the very first Toon Twins show that we did on here, I read out some quotes from Rafa Benitez when he was at Liverpool, and he was getting called out back in 2005 when he was rotating the side a lot. And back then, it wasn't very often, or wasn't as often you would see that in the Premier League. And people would say, what you're doing, a player's playing well, you're taking him out and you're putting him back in. And he said words to the effect of, if I rotate now in the first half of the season, I can settle on a side more in the second half of the season, and we're going to be fitter and fresher than everyone else. And lo and behold, that is exactly what happened, because Liverpool, I think, accumulated more points in the second half of the season under Benitez a lot of the time than other teams. And with Valencia as well, they had that similar record. So you go back to situations with this season, us, I think you've got Trippier and Shaha, Lewis Hall, Alex Murphy, and Joe Linton and Ramsey in each of those respective positions. Those 6 players in those 3 positions haven't been rotated enough. And I can't believe that you go back a few weeks ago, we had 3 games in a week, and Trippier played every single game. So Shahar could have came in, at least for 20 minutes. Lewis Hall played every game. Alex Murphy could have came in. Joe Linton played every of those 3 games. I think he went off injured in one of them. Ramsey could have came in from the start. So this is my bugbear with Eddie Howe, in that I've got massive respect for him. I always will. He's not a manager. I've watched football long enough. I think I can tell a manager who kind of is down in tools, if you like, and isn't all in. Eddie Howe is not that. But I'd be curious if somebody asked him about this, and said, well, could you not have started this player there and that player there? I think you agree, Borgie, but what do you think about that?
No, yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying, mate. From the very start of the season, I was arguing probably with the majority of the rest of the third evening panel that we had to rotate. We had to, you have to, you're going into a season thinking that you're going to be playing 60 plus games. They're going, but you need to get off to a good start. And you're going, but no, what you need to do is rotate from the very start. So firstly, the squad get used to it, and they're used to the fact that they're not going to be starting every game. And it's not that they've done anything wrong or that they're not
Yeah,
playing well. It's just that they have to be rested. And secondly, if you rotate, it stops you getting so many injuries. And I think that's part of the problem. I mean, we've absolutely knackered some players out this season by just playing them week in, week out, and we're still doing it. I mean, the likes of Chow at the back, that lad started the 30 plus games now in a row. You know,
yeah,
but no matter, I know they're elite athletes and all that, but no human body can play football week in, week out at this level. It's just impossible. So, we have to learn, and this is going into next season as well. We have to learn that it's a squad game. It's not just, and we went into the season with a lot of people saying this is the best squad we've ever had. In regards to that, you need to use that squad. If you're not, then you need to do it. A huge example for me, and I said this on the show the other night, was against Man City when we knew we were out. I mean, as soon as we went 1-0 down, we knew 2-0 down, we were gone. Why didn't he bring the youngsters on? You
yeah,
give them a chance. Give them a chance firstly, and also rest the likes of a Bird and a Trips and that for the weekend. But he just is so reluctant to do it. I mean, end of the day, once you're 4-0 down on aggregate, if you lose 5, 6, 7, 8-0, really makes no difference. It's gone at 4-0. So, just say to the young players, look, I'm not blaming you. Just go out, have your debut, have fun, try to do what you can, and enjoy the experience. You're playing against the world's best players.
yeah,
And the pressure was off as well, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
for the younger players to come on, then it's not like there's not, like as you say, the game was gone, so therefore there's nothing really at stake. If you were to be honest about the way the game was, it would have been more of a case of, like you say, Borgie, get yourself on there, get some experience, enjoy the experience, show us what you've got, and there's nothing really riding on it in the sense that, okay, if they don't do great, the game was gone anyway. So yeah, I think
yeah,
that's a fair point. And just on Ramsey as well, I think, I've called earlier in the season, we've all kind of said, haven't we, that earlier in the season we wanted to see more of him in place of J7, 50 million odd signing. So I do agree. There's times when rotation, I think we could have seen more rotation from Eddie Howe this season. But do you know what? I mean, I don't want to be too doom and gloom, because I was kind of called out for that by Wazza last time. And to be fair, it was a bit doom and gloom, because I think it was a culmination of the Liverpool game and also the transfer window shutting kind of straight afterwards, no signing. So it was a bit of a kind of David Brent, don't I'm fed up moment, but yeah, I got it out of my system, I guess. And I do think, as I said, today could be a turning point. It's all to play for this season if you look at the league table. So yeah, fingers crossed, as I say, for today. But just on the comments there, Timmy, I can see that we've got Gary in the comments, Jody Yam Yam himself. So what he said there is, I think, let's have a look. I think it will be a test of nerves for the fans today. We'll have to control their counter regarding Thiago direct running. Yeah, regarding Thiago's direct running, we've looked very susceptible to direct running of opponents in the past, and I agree. And just on that point, I've got some notes here about Brentford, and one of the things I've wrote down about Thiago, who is their striker, their main man up front, he's a throwback, really. From when I've watched him play, he's very physical, but he's got good vision. He likes to link up as well. He knows what's around him, so he likes to kind of spray the ball out wide to his teammates to progress the play, and he doesn't kind of waste much time in doing that. He's it's funny, I was watching and I was thinking, you know what, he's kind of everything that we could do with So, but should we just keep on signing Brentford strikers and just hopefully cross our fingers it works at some point? But yeah, he is really good. He is really good. He caused a lot of problems when Newcastle played Brentford in the away match this season. So yeah, we'll have to definitely. It'll be interesting to see how we handle him, but we'll have to, yeah, just keep our eye on him. The defenders hopefully will stand up to that test today. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Thiago, lads? Have you seen much of him play?
Go on, Buggy.
Seen him play a couple of times. He's definitely a danger man for them. As I've said, they're not a bad team, and if he gets a chance, he'll more than because it's against Newcastle, he'll more than likely score. That's the thing against, isn't it? That everybody does. But no, as I said at the start, I just think if we play at our best, we'll beat Brentford the day at home. You know, if we have a good game, we beat them. But we've got to be wary because they're nobody's mugs, and we're not just going
No,
to roll them over. But we can win. We should win. But as I say, we can't just go into the game expecting to win. Sort of thing would
no.
be the way to put it.
I agree. On the point of Thiago, who would you play, Botman or Burn? Or both, if you want to rest Thiago?
I would rest Chow personally. I think I would play Botman and Burn. I know the lads in the early nights will say that, but they don't like Botman as the right centre back. But we're going to have to give Chow a rest at some point. He's got that lad has to have a game out because otherwise we're heading down the route that we have with other players where something's got to give. Your body just cannot do this unless you're Bruno, basically.
I agree, and it's the mental side as well, isn't it? And
Mm-hmm.
you can tell, like you say, boy, everyone can see he's kind of dead on his feet mentally and physically, because of what you said there. He hasn't had a rest, and he's put in some superb performances for a lot of the season. And in regards to Botman, honestly, I agree. When he's on the right side, I know it's not ideal. Obviously, it's not a long-term thing to have him right side centre back, but I think he can do a job there. And I remember when he came back last season from his injury against Spurs, and that's where he played with Burn at Spurs Stadium. And I thought he was outstanding in that game. Yes, a bit awkward here and there when he got the ball on that side, but he was able to deal with it. And generally speaking, his defending was top class, as it is when he's on his game. So I'm with you really in that, if we want to rest Joe, I think just bite the bullet and say to Botman, just go along with it. Personally, for me, I think once Chow's back in the side, then it's a case of Botman switching across to the left and then having Burn on the bench. What do you think, Peter?
What I'm thinking is, yes, Chow needs a rest. I'll go along with that. Definitely, he's played. Is it 30 odd consecutive games so far?
Yeah.
This season. So yeah, and you make a good point to me. Obviously, the mental side of things as well is going to become more and more of a challenge in this kind of run of games that he's in. But also, what about Lewis Hall? Do you think he needs a rest? Because you know what I was thinking? What if I put this to you, Borky. So, what do you reckon if you played? Maybe this is a bit of a curveball, but if you put Botman left back with Burn and Chow in the middle, rather than Burn at left back, which obviously we've seen happen, now and again, he fills in there, doesn't he? But I'm just thinking, if let's just say Lewis Hall, if you wanted to rest him, we've got no orthodox left back to come in, and he seems to be kind of gassing out, doesn't he? He's kind of similar to Chow in that he's played so many games.
To be honest, I wouldn't be up for that. I don't think. I think if
Too
you're going to
orthodox.
I think 2 unorthodox. I think if you're going to do that, I'd rather we flip to a back three and
Yeah.
then play the winger. So there's nobody perfect to put there, but maybe if you're going to do that, put Trips on the left and Murphy on the right. So you've got sort of a bit of defensive cover there as well in regards to the wing backs. But no, I don't think Botman's not the type of player to play down the wing. He hasn't got the speed. He hasn't got the technical ability. Really, he's good at what he does. And this is the problem that we're playing. We're having to get to a point where we're playing square pegs and round holes. And this is why in the January transfer window, I don't know why they haven't helped Eddie by just letting him sign even one defender, a fullback of some type. Either side, we know we need them anyway. We could have given him so many more options towards the end of the season just by signing that one player, so we can rotate a little bit.
Yeah.
We really have, and this is, I don't know if it's PIF, if it's Hodgkinson, or if it's Wilson, wherever the decisions came from not to sign a player. And I know for a fact it won't have came from Howe, because if you ask any manager, do you need another player, they're going to say yes. So I don't know where the decisions come from, but we really have hampered Howe for the second half of the season by not bringing in that one defender.
Yeah. Let me come in on that, because, I mean, just to quickly say about the left-back thing, this is where the Alex Murphy situation is frustrating, because you could have played Alex Murphy today without it being such a big move if Alex Murphy had minutes under his belt before now, and he's familiar with the side and stuff. So you could just throw one off, slot him in for today, and then even still rest Chiao and have Burnham Botman. And that could work in theory, but throwing in Murphy now, out of the blue, it's a sink or swim type situation for him, and it's not really fair on him that way. To go to what you were saying there, Borky, about the window, didn't Hopkinson say that they did try and that there's money there? And again, I'm playing devil's advocate, but was it maybe Eddie Howe being too particular in who he wants through the door? And if he sees a player that he thinks, or is on the fence essentially, he's not sure whether or not, he is the right fit, and anything, he could well be, but he wants to be absolutely sure before that player comes through the door. And he himself is, I know it sounds a bit crazy in one way with managers, you would have thought would be just wanting to get bodies through the door, but maybe he's thinking, I'm willing to take the hit and wait until the summer. And I do agree with you, Borky, in that whoever's decision it was, I think it's put a massive dent in our hopes of climbing the table this season. But what if it was that? What if it was Eddie Howe being too particular? Do you think that's possible?
I'll take it away from Howe again a little bit. Wilson's been in place, 4 or 5 months now? What's he been doing? Because surely enough, at the start, you would have a conversation with the manager and say, look, give us the profile of player that you want. Like, we know we need defenders this summer, no matter what. Give us a profile of defenders you would want at this club, and I'll get the scouting team out there to actually go out and scout those players and see what's available and what the best options are. And then Wilson could then come back to Howe and say, look, these are the 5 players I've scouted. These are the best 5 out there. Which one do you have a preference, or do you want us just to go in and bid for them? So not give Howe the choice of saying, I don't want any of those. This is what I want, but say to him, look, this is what's available. Have a watch of them and tell us what you think, and we'll go out and we'll make inquiries for those players. I think we need to get away from Howe being completely in charge of transfers. He's completely agrees got to have a say in things, but the whole point of having Wilson here surely is that he's doing a football strategy moving forward. So, we'll have players that if we do change managers at any point, or if Eddie Howe ends up in England or something like that, we still have a profile of player that matches our style of play, that a new manager coming in or a new coach coming in can sit down and look at it as well.
Yeah. I'll come back on that before I go, but
Yeah.
do you want to read that comment, Trolls? Peter.
Yeah, so good to see Trolls in the house, in the chat there. Cheers, mates. I can see. Let's have a look. So you're saying there that I'll just get this comment up. Sorry. Yeah. So you're saying this is a must-win game because, coming up it's 2 to 4 away games.
2
out of 4.
We've got a lot of
games.
2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Right. 2 out of 4 away games coming up after today. Yeah, we've got to try and take advantage, obviously, of the home. Yeah, our home form these coming weeks, because away from home, it's not something you would bank on, is it, this season? But the way Newcastle have played away from home to get results, the results that we would like to see more often than not, it's been a really tricky season in going away from home. So today it just adds a bit more pressure, doesn't it, with the fixtures in mind, to get that win today.
It does, and that's where the nerves come in and stuff. And again, with the fans as well, let's say if we don't go 1-0 up after the
Yeah.
first, 60 minutes, it's quitty bum time. But
Yeah.
I mean, the away fans against Man City were absolutely superb, weren't they? So I think that's
Totally.
like, I love that defiance of, whatever's happening on the pitch. As Tina said herself, you look at the words of the song, "We are the loyalist football supporters the world has ever had." I think we showed that against Man City. So I just think, if we can't do it on the pitch, let's show that pride off the pitch and kind of, let's hold our nerve as well, basically, as fans. It's not easy, obviously, emotion comes into it. I can, certainly been there a million times. But just to go back to your point there, Borgie, I would kind of say, right, if it was me, I would decide on what profile manager perhaps fits the club. So I would hire a manager based on the culture of that club. I mean, for example, right, I think Newcastle with St James's Park, with our crowd, I think we do suit a pressing team, a team that's in the opposition's face and uses that energy from the crowd and the spirit that we have and harnesses it for our advantage. I think that's the kind of template in a way for us as a club. So I agree with what you're saying to an extent, but I think that I would sign a manager who's similar, so they have autonomy on who comes in through the door as a player, but it doesn't then have a massive effect if that manager leaves, because the next one coming through the door will have a similar-ish philosophy, if that makes sense. And you're still not then taking away the autonomy of the manager, because I just think, like, I want the manager to live and die by his decisions. Do you know what I mean? And Eddie Howe, it's down to him really as to how we do on the pitch and who he signs. If it doesn't work out, he can't really complain or blame anybody else, and we can actually see and judge that manager's talent ID, if you like. That's my slightly different viewpoint on that. I mean, but I agree, it needs to be a team ethic, team ethics behind the scenes with regards to the DOF, the manager, the CEO, as to who we sign. It's not just Eddie Howe saying, "I'm not interested in what you've got to say." That's who I like, and that's that. I totally agree with that.
I'm just proud
Anyway,
you're coming
lads,
across to my side there, Tim.
come
Talking
across
about
the other
getting a
side.
new manager. Talking about
Well,
getting a new manager.
I know,
Over the dark
I
side.
mean, yeah, well, I was halfway there, wasn't I? I mean, I mentioned Iriola, and I really rate him, and it
Yeah.
speaks to what I'm just saying there about. I think Iriola would be a perfect fit for Newcastle United in terms of the culture, with the way he plays, gets his side playing the football that they play. He's from the Basque region. I think he'll get the club in that they're similar to us in that, one club city, if you like, and they're just all for football. That sounds a bit disrespectful, Eddie Howe. He's obviously in the job right now, and look, Eddie Howe, whatever happens, deserves massive respect. And whenever he goes, whenever that is, I think it should be a golden handshake. He shouldn't be hounded out. And, while he's in the dugout, certainly at the games, I think he deserves all the support we can give him, and we can assess whenever we need to assess, whether that's, this season or in the summer. But I think it'll be the summer. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there, lads. I'm going to let you crack on. Fingers crossed we'll do it today. So, yeah, I'll catch up later on. But enjoy the game, okay? Take care.
Cheers to me.
See you later, Tim, mate.
Cheers. Yeah.
So yeah, Borky, you mentioned before about I want to go back to the transfer window, because you mentioned about the defensive side of things and the lack of signings. That's what was getting me a bit riled up in the last show, is that I was looking at it and I was just thinking, you could argue maybe it's a crisis in terms of the defensive reinforcements that was so lacking with the injuries. Yeah, that wound me up, just seeing the club not able just to bring someone in to help with that. Just doesn't have to be a big superstar signing, but yeah, just unearth maybe someone who they've been there and done it. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
veteran maybe is a too strong a word, but you know what I mean? Someone who's kind of, just it's their job, as I said in the last show, to unearth these players that we don't see as fans. And it was just disappointing, but it's done now. It's done. We've got to crack on with the players we've got. And
Just frustrating, isn't it, mate? When you're sitting there thinking, technically, we at that point we were still in 4 competitions. I know that the Carabao Cup was always a long shot, but even at this point, we're still really in really in a good place in 3 competitions.
mm,
We can progress in all 3 of them,
mm,
and I just think, as I said, that the tied Eddie's hands behind his back by not going out there and trying to find somebody, as you say, whether it was. I would probably went down a younger player route because of the age of the defenders that we have at the minute. I don't think we're another age defender in.
mm,
Worst case scenario, bring somebody in on a loan. That
yeah,
I know they say that this country we wouldn't get them, which is fair enough. But go out abroad and maybe there's a potential to buy if they have a good time here or the hit the ground running.
yeah,
But by not doing anything, we just really did tie his hands behind his back.
yeah. It was a strange one. It really was. Like you say, we've had a few months now to kind of scout players with Ross Wilson being in the job. So yeah, I was just thinking, it's like you say. I agree. It kind of, you're letting Eddie Howe down a little bit. Whether he's being too selective, obviously, maybe that comes into it a little bit. Obviously, we don't know exactly because we're not privy to
Yeah.
everything that goes on. But yeah, but like I say, I think, like Timmy said as well, the window's shut. We've got who we've got, and yeah, obviously being at home today, let's get behind the lads and the players that we do have. So
Always on a match day. Be positive on a match day.
exactly, show that defiance.
Yeah.
And just on that as well, with talking about the players we've got, I can see in the comments there, Gary there, Jody Yam Yam has mentioned that Bruno's back apparently. Now the team news, as far as I can see, it's not out yet. So let us know, guys. What has anything leaked in terms of, like, are people saying that he's going to start today? Because if he is, Borky, then what would you do? Because obviously Tonali you would expect as a given as well to play in the centre mid today.
Yeah.
So you've got Bruno, Tonali. Who would you have alongside those two if it is a 3 in the centre mid?
If it is a 3 in the centre mid, then I think it's a toss-up between Ramsey and Willock, to be honest. Willock hasn't played
Yeah.
particularly badly. I think just simply because of the money was spent on him and the fact that he's probably got a longer-term future at the club, you go with Ramsey.
Hmm.
And, again, he's had a little run of games. Keep him in there and see where it goes with him, see if he
Yeah.
is a good enough replacement or if he is just going to be is being suggested a better bench player for us as a midfielder. So, give him a little run in the team. Is he the answer long term? I slightly doubt it in regards to playing. I think he's good enough to come in and cover at times, but being a regular first team starter, I don't see it. But he could prove us wrong if you give him a run of games and he turns on the style and everything, then he could be the long term answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what? I've liked what I've saw from Ramsey whenever he has played. I know maybe at times there's been the odd game where he's been a bit underwhelming, but I think more often than not, he's impressed. For me, anyway, I think he's a little bit different in that. Certainly to J7, anyway, he's different kind of player with the ball at his feet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've kind of banged the drum for Ramsey to be given a run. However, saying all that, Bogey, what I was thinking right the other day, and I was talking to Timmy about this. When I think about the middle 3, and I think back as well, especially to that season when we finished 4th, right? I think a massive part of that season, thinking back, was, I know it's a few years later now, but with Joe Willock, he offered a lot of pace in that middle 3, because normally it was like San Maximan on the left, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
yeah, I think Murphy on the right. So yeah, and when Willock played, normally he was part of a 3, and he is pacey. He's got that long stride on him, hasn't he? And yes, I know, long term, his future is not at Newcastle. I don't think he's probably going to look to move in the summer. By all accounts, he nearly moved like this window in January. So yeah, I appreciate that. And also, as I say, maybe his best years, are behind him. Can he recapture that form that we saw a few years ago? Yeah, I accept maybe he can't, but he's shown glimpses. I'll give him that. In certainly in the PSG game, he was brilliant. And I just wonder, maybe that's a better balance with Bruno and Tonali. If you keep Willock in, and again, it will be really harsh on Ramsey, but maybe Willock's pace complements Bruno and Tonali a bit better. So you've got something else there for the opposition to think about, and just purely in terms of his long stride and how he can carry the ball in the way that maybe Tonali and Bruno can't.
I think with Willock, the first thing you've got to remember is that I always think him as being an older player. He's not. He's only 26. So he's still got probably his best years ahead of him to come. In regards to that, I agree with you, mate. He is really good at going forward. I think the problem with Willock is he hasn't got that defensive side of him that Eddie likes in his midfielders. He'll get back, but he's never going to be a J7 type who will come back and bully people. He's not that type of midfielder. So I don't think he fits Eddie's style of midfielder. But I completely agree. I mean, him going forward, he has got the speed on him. He has got a finish on him as well, which is what we've been crying out for from central midfielders. He can finish when he gets there. We've seen that over the time he's been here. It's become a little bit more sporadic in the later years, but he can finish a goal. He can finish a move. He can finish a goal. I mean, personally, I've got to admit up to it. If there was a 20 million, if there really was a 20 million pound bid in for him, I said at the time I would have sold him for that. I think that would have been good business. I can understand why we didn't, because of the injuries we had. When it came towards the end of the window, I think maybe if we hadn't had those, there would have been a different decision made. But as I say, between him and Ramsey for this game, it is a 50-50. It's a toss of a coin over if he does go with the three in midfield over who you play. As I say, I think part of the decision might be down to, and it's probably slightly wrong, down to the fact that we paid so much money for Ramsey. Can you justify, when we've got a midfielder out, him not come in as a replacement? And what does it do to his confidence that he doesn't come in? But there's a fag paper between them, to be honest, mate. Each of them have got the strengths and each of them have got the flaws.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm just purely thinking in terms of balance. So it wouldn't be a slight on Ramsey, because I'd want to keep him in as well. It's just the other day, the thought occurred to us that, in terms of pace and direct running, and don't get us wrong, Ramsey, to be fair to him, he's quick, he can turn, he can spin, and that's why I like him. But I'm just thinking about that long stride that Willock's got, and I think at times you've seen this season where games have been tight and we're struggling to create. You get that pendulum going from side to side from both wings, and we do sometimes lack, I think, that creative spark in terms, even just purely in terms of pace from the middle three. And it got us thinking back to that fourth season when we did have it. And then since then, if you think about it, we've never actually had that. It's because obviously Tonali came in with Bruno and then J7. That's been the majority of the time the main three players since that fourth season. Longstaff obviously played a lot of time as well, in and out. But and he's not like the fastest. So maybe that's something that needs to be addressed. I
think part of the problem is as well, Peter, is that J7's such a unique midfielder in ways because of the way he got into that role, and I don't think I've ever seen another midfielder particularly play like that. He's a powerhouse. He's a real powerhouse. He can occasionally score goals. He will get you. He's not going to be a top scorer for you, but he can potentially get you 5 to maybe 8 goals a season from central midfield. He's great at covering places. He's got something about him which he sort of knows where to be at times, which is, I don't want to say football and brain, because I don't think that's what it is. It's just he's got this ability to be able to know where he should physically be, and he's also got the little bit of a brain to sort of think, God, something could badly happen here. I'm just going to take the risk and bring this player down, or
true,
rugby tackle him or something halfway up the pitch. And I mean, to be fair, I don't know how he gets away with it half the time, because I think if it was any other player, they'd probably be on about 3 or 4 red cards a season. But
Aye.
he's got that ability to be able to do the technical foul, if you like, in the right
Yeah.
way, and not to get picked up on it as a yellow card or a red card, but to stop the flow of play. And as I say, he's definitely not an orthodox midfielder,
Mm.
but he's got some unique abilities that I think when he does leave the team, you're going to think to yourself, "Oh, GS7 would have done this, or GS7 would have done that,"
That's a fair
and
point. Aye.
you know, he would have been there, or he would have done something about that.
Yeah.
'Cause I think the thing is with with them with the three midfielders that obviously were classed as being the best in the Premier League of the season or so ago, each of them had the strengths and the weaknesses. I mean, we all know Bruno's never going to be the fastest player in the world. He's never going to pull up trees when he's running. We all know J7 is never going to be the powerhouse, you know, scoring you millions of goals up front and doing that. And we all know that Tonali he's brilliant at what he does, but he's wasted a little bit in that number 6 role in regards to he's got more about his game than that. So
Mm.
I
Mhm.
think they've all got the little flaws, but I think when you see the second choice come in, you see what a difference it makes to the team, because the not at the level of those 3 lads is at the top and bottom of it the best.
Mm. Yeah, I think as well with J7, you mentioned there about having an understanding of kind of where to be on the pitch. Him and Bruno, I think, obviously have got a really good connection. So I think they read each other's minds, a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, my issue with J7 is I feel like now I love him, but he's either absolutely brilliant or he's a total liability and he's 2 seconds away from getting sent off. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's no in between. So yeah, that's why I think Ramsey could have been rotated with J7 a bit more often this season.
I think there are games that are for J7. I think
Exactly.
if you're playing sort of the top 6 teams, you'd want him in the team, simply down to the fact he'll be the one that'll break up play, and he'll
Mm,
go in and he'll hit somebody hard, and you know he'll take that little risk.
mhm.
Whereas I think Ramsey against, for example, the day that games like this, if J7 was fit, it's probably games like the day that you want to see a Ramsey come in and you know show a different type of football, a different type of style.
Yeah.
So, and that should have been maybe Stuart wouldn't be in this position with J7 if we'd been rotating him and Ramsey since the start of the season.
Mm,
I mean,
yeah.
it's impossible to tell, and you know, he probably would still have got injured, but you know, if even if that had been the case, Ramsey would still have been more used to playing with the midfield,
Mm,
and so because they haven't had the minutes on the pitch, both him and Willock, they haven't had the minutes on the pitch. They haven't had that chance to develop any relationships with the rest of the midfield this season.
yeah.
And they have, and maybe that's a little bit of a problem with the strikers as well. They haven't had a chance to, you know, play with different players, you know, to see different. Because I think, as you say with Willock, I think with Baltimore, especially if we'd played Willock in more games, him running on to
Mm,
Baltimore getting the ball in these little flicks and clever passes,
yeah.
which he can do. Willock running through on those, there's a good chance he'd score a few goals
Mm.
off the back of Baltimore's play.
That's what he wants, isn't it? Voldemort
Yeah,
wants runners like that around him.
people that run on. Yeah.
Aye. No, I agree. Totally. So it will be interesting to see who he picks in that middle three, whether it is Willock or Ramsey. I'm going to guess he's going to plump with Ramsey. He's going to stick with, if Bruno's back, I think it'll be Bruno, Tonali, and Ramsey. And to be fair, if it is, then I hope Ramsey can continue to show what he's got, and maybe he can provide that pace. Because as I say, he may not have the kind of long stride that Willock has, but he is quite. He can spin, and he's quite sort of light on his feet, So yeah, fingers crossed. If he does start, he can show us again what he's got. So just on that, in terms of team selection, just again going back to the injuries, to clarify as well for anyone listening today, or anyone watching today, Brentford match, Newcastle v Brentford. We've got J7, Joe Linton, who's out with a groin injury. We've got Kraft, who's injured. Shaw is out with that horrible ankle injury he got against Leeds, and Tino is still out with the hamstring injury. So the ones that were kind of 50-50 were Bruno, Gordon, and Miley. And from what we've seen in the chat there, it does appear that maybe Bruno could be back today, so we'll find out very soon. In terms of Gordon, Eddie Howe said he's got every chance of making the game today. And Miley, Eddie was a bit more, I thought he was a bit coy in his thoughts of whether Miley will be back. He didn't rule him out for today's game, but he said he'll be back hopefully very soon. I'm mentioning that because, I'm thinking back earlier in the show, we were talking about Chow and also Lewis Hall, who maybe need a rest. Do you know what? Trippier at right back is also a player who, again, with him being a bit older as well, in an ideal world, you would put Miley straight in at right back, wouldn't you? So I'm just wondering whether Miley will be back today. And I hope he is. But if he isn't, it's another game for Trips. So I was kind of racking my brains, as to like, okay, if Miley's out, is there anything else we can do? Can we put someone else maybe right back? It was very difficult to come up with a solution. I'm just thinking, I don't know if Alex Murphy can fill in there, but I think we know that Eddie wouldn't just throw him in for today's game. So do you think Trips will start today, or do you think if Miley's fit, do you think Miley will come in at right back?
You're taking a hell of a chance of you're putting Miley straight back in, aren't you? If I think any player that the classing is 50-50, you're taking a chance. I can kind of understand it with doing with one, but if we're putting Bruno in as well, I don't think we should be doing it with two players. I think it should be one player you're doing that with. If Trips does need a rest, and again, I arc back to the Man City game, if we'd had let Shaw have a little run out on the right hand side and seen what he was like, was he a potential that you could have?
Yeah.
As an emergency, like not as emergency, as an option, you could have put him in the day. Give him a full debut at St James's Park. The crowd would get behind him. We know that.
Yeah.
And it would probably up his performance by 10% anyway, having the fans chanting for him.
Totally.
You know. So again, we slightly missed an opportunity against Man City, and we're not going to come on to management or things like that before a game. But in regards to that, we slightly missed an opportunity in that we could have given these lads a chance, and then thought, well, maybe we can give them a game against Brentford. We can, take that little risk with them.
Yeah.
But at this point, you're right. I think 90% of his things Trip starts. That there is maybe a slight chance of Miley, but for me, I think it'll be Trips again, and it is too much for him. It's too much for anybody to. Yeah, way too much.
Yeah. We've got Reluctant Gamer in the chat there. Cheers, mate, for getting involved. You're saying there I'd put Miley right back. So, yeah, I can see what you're saying, Borky, in terms of just throwing him straight in if you don't want to risk another injury. So I get that. And if I'm manager, for me, it would just come down to like, what's the recovery like in terms of, is he fully fit? If he's kind of like even 60-40, you don't risk him. You stick with Trippier. But if he's been on the training pitch and he's, if he's for all intents and purposes fully fit, and he feels like he's absolutely ready and there's no like lingering issues, then I think we could definitely, do with him today on that right hand side, and like I say, give Trips a bit of a rest.
Oh, 100%. I've just flicked through on the trying to see if I could see Miley coming into the ground. You know how they do the players coming in? I couldn't see him doing that. I don't know if anybody in the chat's been watching it, but obviously Bruno's. Bruno. I think Bruno's obviously came in from what Gary said, so I think that's maybe a little bit where that's come from. Whether Miley was there as well, it would be interesting to know.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Like, so we've got Colton there in the chat. Welcome, mate. Fulham 1-0 against Everton. Burnley and West Ham. It's 2-0 to West Ham. Sunderland 0, Arsenal 1. So I take it that'll be the 3 o'clock kickoffs, won't it? So that'll probably be half time in those games.
Yeah.
Aye. massive win for West Ham, that if they can go on. And I mean, it's only Burnley leg, but I think West Ham, though, I kind of thought at one point they are doomed the way it was going. But
yeah,
I think Nuno's given them a fighting chance. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see if they can. I mean, Callum Wilson is there, and he was rumored to be leaving, but now it seems like he's sticking around. So I'm amazed, really, that was actually the case, because, geez, I mean, West Ham being where they are, they need all the help they can get, and I think a fully fit Callum Wilson will get you goals. So why they were thinking about letting him go, I just can't get my head around that.
The chat was Celtic, wasn't he? Was going to go to Celtic.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, what do the chat think we're going to do the day? Do they think we're going to win? Do they think we're going to, is this the day where we do turn it around? I think that's what you and Tim are hoping for, isn't it, Peter? That this is the day that the season starts. We get back in it, we get back in it Premier League wise. We look forward to the FA Cup rather than at the minute where we're thinking, we're kind of avoiding it. And we've got to remember we're still in the Champions League.
Exactly.
We need to. I think it before a match we need to look at the positives. So we're out of one. We're in 4 competitions. We're still in 3. We're in 75% of the competitions that were started at the start of the season. It's not all doom and gloom. It's a match day. It's going to be under the lights at St James's. Howe's obviously going to get the boys up for it, and let's get positive. Let's think we're going to win this. I'm sure everybody in the chat, come on, give away your most positive predictions that you can.
Aye, get involved. Let us know. And yeah, I mean, Trolls has just hit the nail on the head in terms of what I was just about to say. Is he's saying wonder how many times we are going to say, is this the match we turn it around? And yeah, but to kind of spin that, that's actually a positive, because, and I totally take your point. Like, I was about to say that before you mentioned that, Trolls, in the comments there, that you're saying I'm hoping today is going to be the turning point. I am, but there's been so many other times when I've been hoping that, and it's been very kind of inconsistent, stop start. We'll show flashes of really good football, and you think, okay, we're back, and we can go on a run and try to kind of cement that place in the top 6. Now, we haven't managed to go on a run like that this season, and that's why every other week you're kind of thinking, come on, we need to do that. But the fact that we haven't managed to do that so far this season, and yet we are still in touch and distance, and that will change. Don't get me wrong. If I think at some point soon you will start to see a pattern in the league where there will be a bit of a breakaway, but at the minute we're still in touch and distance, and I think that's what we've got to spin that as a positive. So I am hoping today's going to be the turning point, but I guess just take it one game at a time, with the way we are this season, and see how things go game by game.
But there has been signs there, Peter. All season there's been signs there that there's a team there somewhere.
Yeah,
there is a team, and there are good individual players in that squad. There is a way that we can turn this season round. How we do it, I'm not an elite coach. I can't tell you how to do it. But the assets are there, and the will's there, obviously, with everybody. There's got to be a point where surely things come good for this season a little bit, where we do go on that little bit of a run. Even if we just get 3 or 4 games off the belt where we're getting result after result after result, and then you do start to think to yourself, all of a sudden we're up to 7th, 6th in the Premier League. We're through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, and we've beat Aston Villa, which isn't beyond. We're completely there to be able to do it, but that starts today. This is probably the easiest game we've got coming up out of the next good few, the next 3 or 4 until maybe it's Everton. So let's take this game as the game where it does happen. I know we've said it all season, but let's see at this point, this is where it does happen. This is where we do turn it round, and this is where we see the real Newcastle United come out this season. We see the team that we all know we can be.
Yeah, I agree. We've shown flashes. I think what's let us down the most, in my opinion, is there's just been too many gaps defensively, and that's not just the back four. That's like the whole team. So that's what makes it frustrating. Is you'll see the odd pattern of play where we do play some brilliant stuff. Like you say, Borky, you're thinking, you know what, this team, we have got something. Okay, we've lost, the best striker we've had in years. We lost him in the summer, and that is going to affect you. There's no two ways about it. You can bring in Wissa, you can bring in Voltameda. They're not on his level, and so you are going to suffer at some point down the road in losing him. But yeah, there's times where you've seen Barnes doing his stuff. You've seen the way we can play it out with Lewis Hall. Really nice football. Sometimes we've shown flashes of that kind of full pelt, kind of attacking style football that we saw kind of regularly a year or two ago. So yeah, and then the problem I've got is it does seem to break down when you see these gaps appear, and I want us to be more, to quote Rafa, more compact, and I think we need to complement our attacking mentality with a bit more nous defensively, and let's not just throw everyone forward. It is kamikaze at times. It's like everyone just piles forward, and it's like, geez, like I know we want to score, lads, but yeah, like just trust in each other, and I think again it touches on a wider point of modern day football where the way that a lot of teams play and the way players are coached in from a young age is to kind of have this possession based football. So therefore, they're piling a lot of players forward because they're trying to play in around the box, and they need a lot of obviously options to be able to do that. But I think if you maybe just with the midfield players, put your trust in them to kind of do their thing. And for me, an attacking midfield player, they should be able to cross, shoot, play through ball. It shouldn't always have to be this intricate, perfect goal every time, So
The one
it's
thing
that
I would
balance.
say, yeah,
Yeah.
one thing I would say, Peter, is, and I'm probably harking back to the good old days when I was young, but in my view, with the fullbacks, the Halls and Yatinos or Trips or whatever they shouldn't be in the centre of the pitch trying to make play there. What they
Yeah.
should be doing is the wingers should be slightly in, and they should be the ones on the actual touchline sprinting past them, ready for a ball to be played to them to put a cross in.
Hmm.
That's
True.
the and and then your strikers should never. When I see strikers out on the wing or things like that, it annoys us. They
Mm.
should be in between the 18-yard box. Wherever they're playing on the pitch at that point should always be within the 18-yard box. And they should, if we've got possession of the ball, they should always be on the shoulder of the last defender,
Mm.
ready to get in behind, or ready if they see the winger go past to be absolutely pelting it into the box. So
Yeah.
you're right in a way that is sort of I think it is Pep ball that we're seeing in regards to, very integrated players, possession football, pendulum across the back, forward, back, if
Mm.
you're not getting the ball for sometimes just take a chance,
Yeah.
just try that killer ball. And
Mm.
9 times out of 10 it might not work, but that
Mhm.
one time it works, you get a goal, and if you're doing that 10 times a game, you're gonna score.
Yeah. And that's why I love Bruno, because
Yeah.
he steps up, doesn't he? And he will try that killer pass or that killer shot. And okay, it doesn't always come off, and maybe he does try and force it maybe too much sometimes. But yeah, like actually on that point, I think Roy Keane made a decent point. Was it this week where he mentioned about stats? They were talking about, in the modern day game, stats they're used often, aren't they, to kind of um,
You're
get an
telling me.
insight as to who's playing well. Yeah, who's playing well, who's not playing well, who's in form. But if someone's got, let's say you've got two centre midfield players, and one of them, their pass completion stat is very high, and the other player, it's not as high. It's a bit average. Then I think Keane made a point of saying, well, that tells me that that player is actually taking a risk.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily a negative thing. If you just look at it, if you're going to look at it just on the face of it, like, oh, his possession stats are higher, so he's better than him. There's more nuance to it, isn't there? And yeah, Bruno, you want players like him to not just has to keep possession all the time. And if he is playing today, I mean, hopefully he is fully fit and we're not risking him. You know what I mean? That's my worry for today, is that I hope we're not rushing him back and he to get on the pitch only for him then to break down and he's with worsened injury. But if he is fully fit and he is back there, then that will be a big boost. Because again, I've mentioned before again as well about this record we've got. That's looming over the club really, is since we've signed him and since he's played, since he started for Newcastle, we've never won without him. And that's obviously got to change in the sort of mid to long term. You can't have a record like that, really.
What a player he's been though since we signed him, hasn't he? I mean, you know, you look at players that have come in. I mean, Trips was the first big signing that we made, really, wasn't he? He was brilliant. You know, we've made other great sided, Tonali, Isaac, obviously Baltimore now, Wissa, things like that, Elanga probably. But in regards to the player that has really got this club and turned this club around is Bruno.
Yeah.
He's took the whole team by the scruff of the neck, and at times when he's on the pitch, he does it single-handedly. And
Yeah.
that's why he will be. It is such a big miss when he's not there, is because he's such a big personality. He's such a big influence on the other players. You see him with especially like the Elanga and things like that. He at the cup by now, putting his arm around him and, you know, just trying to calm him down a little bit. He has got massive influence over the club. Even his sort of family. I mean, the family are part of the club. His dad's better supported than some of our own players. So I mean, you know, it's a strange one. So I just think he got as soon as he got here, he got what was happening. I think Amanda Staveley has to take a lot of credit for this, because they've obviously sold him Newcastle United as a city, and he's just come in here, and I think he loves it every day. You know, there's nothing about him that you ever see him. You see him upset at times, but you never see, because of obviously results and things like that, because he's so passionate.
Yeah.
You never see him sort of throw the towel in, or sort of, you know, throw a hissy fit at anything. He's just such a massive personality around the area.
Yeah.
And the surprising thing for me is, and I think this is probably one thing that needs to be rectified, he's never won Player of the Season for us.
Nice. That's that's surprising. That's a good shout, but yeah, I never realised that when I think about it. I mean, I know Byrne got it one year, didn't he?
Yeah, Trippier got it. Tonali get it one year? I think Isaac got it. But,
it'll be them three. I think it'll be Isaac, Byrne, and Trippier. Yeah.
Bruno's never actually won Player of the Season for
us. But no, yeah.
Shout out this season for Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, he's so kind of, I think his will to win is infectious.
Yeah,
with the players around him. So, and yeah, I totally agree. We miss that when he's out. And it's underrated as well. I think the quality to have where you show for the ball when things are going tough, things are going against you. You need players to kind of scream for that ball, to say, I want possession because I'm going to try and make something happen. That then I think other players follow suit. If you've got someone like a general in the middle doing that, like Bruno does. And that's, it's not always easy to do that. Like I say, on big pressure games, there's a lot at stake. Some players hide, and they can't handle that. But he steps up. So, yeah, as I say, fingers crossed that he is starting today. Yeah. Got trolls there again in the comments. So, crossing, let's have a look. Crossing for strikers is like, so you're saying there, I think strikers who cross is like telling Shearer, okay, it's like telling Shearer you are playing centre-back today. So you're talking about strikers who kind of, I think, come out wide. I think that's right.
Yeah.
Who play deep. Yeah.
To be fair, I mean, one of the best crosses I've ever seen in the Premier League was from Shearer when he put the ball in for Ferdinand in the 5-0 against Man United.
Yeah, exactly.
I think even the commentator, what was he said? Stanley Matthews at his best couldn't do that.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, it was class.
But it was a different situation then, because you had two goal-scoring strikers on the pitch.
Yeah.
The minute
the
we don't
still
have
there
that,
in the middle.
the threat was still there in the middle, and they were playing out off each other. So
yeah, I'll tell you
Yeah,
another one, Borky, right? Chelsea, semi-final at Wembley, Newcastle v
yeah.
Chelsea. Shearer against LeBeuf on the wing, skips by him and puts in a quality cross, and Robles on the end of it. So yeah, he had a hell of a cross on him, no doubt. Shearer,
Teams out there now, Peter. If you want us to
nice one.
read it out to you, or you got
Yeah,
it?
what we got? Let's get into it.
We've got Pope, Trippier, Hall, Botman, Tonali, Wissa, Barnes, Chow, Murphy, Willock, and Bruno.
Mm.
Bruno.
Bruno's back, everyone. So brilliant. No, I'm really chuffed to see Bruno back. I think that is class. I mean, do you know what I'm going to say next about that team selection?
Yeah, go on, mate.
I think it's a surprise, and we touched on this earlier, that Elanga's not playing. So Elanga's on the bench today, and we've got Murphy who's came in, Jacob Murphy for that right wing spot, I assume. So yeah, it looks like we've got Murphy and Barnes because Gordon is out. Yeah, so it'll be Barnes left. That is, for me, that's a positive. I'd rather Barnes left than Gordon left. As I say, Murphy right. You'll have Wissa up front, and I thought Wissa would come in today as well. Bruno and Tonali in the middle with
Willock.
Willock. So Willock's got the nod.
Over Ramsey, yeah.
Aye. And then in defence, we've got Hall left back, Trippier right back, Botman, and who's partner?
Botman and Chow. He's dropped Burn. It's Botman and Chow,
right.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah. Chow and Botman, yeah. I couldn't see him there. Yeah. I mean, I guess like we've mentioned, he's a bit hampered as to what he can do in terms of rotation for the defensive spots. We're so limited now. I mean, if Miley's not fit, then what else can you do? Kraft is out, Shaw's out. We've got no replacement left back for Hall. Yeah. Like I said, I floated the idea earlier on. Maybe you could put if you want to rest Hall, you could put Botman left back or Burn left back. But yeah, I appreciate it. Maybe a bit of a risk to do that.
Just quickly with the subs as well, it's Ramsdale, Asula, Elanga, Waltemora, Burn, Alex Murphy, Ramsey, Shaha, and Neve.
Okay, so Ramsdale is, because Ramsdale was in against City, wasn't he? In the cup match. He's now on the bench, and Pope is back in today. So yeah, do you know what? For me, Nick Pope, I feel like he kind of epitomizes our season, because at times he will pull off some wonder saves, and you think, yeah, he's a quality keeper. And every now and again, he'll just drop a clanger, like the fourth goal for Liverpool, and we've had moments like that as well earlier this season. So that's why I've always kind of said I would like to see Ramsdale given a run, but no, hopefully we'll see the best side of Nick Pope today, because when he is on form, he is a really good goalkeeper. So what's your thoughts, Borky, on the team selection? Just seeing that coming out just now, what do you instinctively what do you think about that?
Well, I like Chow and Botman as the centre parent, so I'm quite happy with that. I mean, I think Chow maybe could have done with the rest, but we all were with that.
Yeah.
Trips. I would love to have seen Elanga get a few starts. As I say, I'm a little bit disappointed he hasn't, but I kind of understand the decision with Murphy in that he will give Trips a little bit more cover. He's a little bit more defensively minded. As we said, it was 50-50 between Willock and Ramsey, and he's went with Willock, and maybe he's done it for the reasons that you discussed, Tim, in regards to Willock having that little bit more pace to get in behind.
Yeah.
Yep. So maybe he was on the he was listening to NUFC Talk on the radio before we started, DAB radio before we started, and thought, Peter's right there. I'm going to play Willock.
Yeah.
And I mean, between Wissa and Baltimore up front, there's very little difference at the minute. Is there? I think Wissa's probably the proven Premier League player, so I kind of get that as well. So Yeah, it's a good team. It's a good team. There are a couple of things that I would have done different, but that's
Mhm.
always going to be the case as fans, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and touching on that, you mentioned there about Murphy, and we were saying, Alanga is in good form. Do you not keep him in? If Murphy's playing today, what I do hope is that he can hopefully strike up a good understanding with Wissa, because that's what
Yeah,
Wissa needs. I think he's lacking that. We've said all the time about 4-4-2 might give you that if he's got a striking partner, but if you look at Isak, how he relied on Murphy so much, I wanted to see some kind of that kind of same kind of chemistry between sort of Wissa and Murphy, where Wissa knows he can rely on Murphy and he makes the run knowing where Murphy's going to put it, and vice versa. Really, Murphy hopefully can start to understand Wissa's game and his movements and where he's going to be in terms of where he needs to deliver that ball in front of him. And obviously with Murphy, we know he's got a quality cross on him, so he's a different kind of player to Alanga. He hasn't got that direct sort of pace where he can beat two players and cut through the opposition that way, but he's probably got a better cross on him, I would say, than what Elanga's got. So
yeah.
maybe that's what Eddie Howe's looking for today, that bit of incisiveness to cut open Brentford if they are going to come and be a bit more compact, and if they're going to make things ugly, then Murphy, I think, more often than not, you can hang your hat on him, I think, to put some good deliveries in at least and see what happens.
I think
So
with that team as well, Peter, what you're going to have is Wissa's not hopefully going to be alone up front. Willock is going to be there to help him. Barnes is going to be there to help him. Bruno's going to be there.
yeah,
There's going to be options going forward for him. He's not just going to be isolated up front by himself.
mhm,
So there are reasons why, obviously, Eddie's done this, and as I say, it's a good team. I'm not saying it's a bad team. It's a strong team. It's a strong Premier League team.
mm,
So and would do. I think maybe it's part of the thing as well with Chow playing again. Is maybe he just gives Trips that little bit of extra cover at right back as well. He's quite if you watch him, he's quite tuned in to cover, like, help him cover the fullback role as well. So
mm,
yeah, it's a good team. As I say, what you want to see though is you don't want to see Wissa isolated up front in this with this players that are playing here. He shouldn't be. And
nah,
I think at home you don't want to see him isolated up front by himself.
nah, totally. It's been one of those bugbears, isn't it, this season, where too often strikers have looked isolated, and Wissa coming back from that long term injury, you just hope that he can hit the ground running at some point. And like you said, for that to happen, he needs support. He needs players around him, and not to
Yeah,
be isolated. And that's one of the drawbacks from this. It can be a drawback with this formation, where it suddenly very quickly can become a kind of 4-5-1
yeah.
if you're not in the right positions and supporting the striker. So
I tell
yeah,
you one thing we didn't discuss beforehand, Peter, was with playing Willock as well. You've lost the pace of Gordon on the left hand side. So I mean,
true.
Barnes has got some great attributes, but pace isn't one of them. So maybe there's a little bit of the thought is I haven't got much pace if I don't play Willock in that midfield at
Good
all.
point. Good
So
point. Yeah.
especially if he was dropping a Langer anyway, maybe he's thought, well, playing Willock over Ramsey is he offers that little bit of pace in the
Commentates.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
in the
That's
midfield.
a good shout. Yeah. Yeah. Because if it had been Ramsey, as I said, don't get us wrong, I do think he's quite nippy and he's certainly not slow. But if it had been him, Tonali, and Bruno in the middle with Murphy right, Barnes left, yeah, you wouldn't look at any of them and think they're going to kind of cut up with the opposition with lightning fast pace, are they? So yeah, it could very quickly become a kind of the game itself could become scrappy. I think if you haven't got some kind of contrast in there that allows you to kind of mix it up a bit. So yeah, I think hopefully Willock will bring that and that kind of that drive from the middle
Yeah. I don't
to
know
get
about you, Peter,
there.
but yeah, with
Yeah,
this team, I would be tempted whenever we're sort of defending a corner or a free kick or a throw in our half, and they're pushing up. put Willock maybe is on the 25, 30 yard line and have Wissa around the centre circle, because we all know Willock can play some class balls.
Mm.
You know, if them two get motoring forward,
True.
you know, and I think Brentford would be scared of that. I think they would have to have at least 3 or 4 players stay back just to cover that threat.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously with Brentford as well, Wissa playing against his former club today.
Yeah.
I'd like to think he'll want to have, he's done brilliantly there at Brentford. He's got nothing to prove, but I think he'll want to potentially just get one over them a little bit to kind of
show them what they
that
lost.
Exactly. And show them that he's been able to step up and bed in. Given what happened in the summer, he'll probably know there's some players or maybe some people looking at him thinking, we don't want you to do well, because there was a bit of, with the whole in training, not turning up for training and that kind of thing. I don't think it was as bad as, as the Rat. I don't think it was quite that extreme. But yeah, I will say I didn't like early doors his conduct, if you like. But yeah, hopefully
there's a little bit of a shadow, isn't there, when there's a transfer like that. But I think at this point he's our player, and
totally.
we want him to score. We want him to score the day. Basically, we want him to, I think that team excites me a little bit in regards to it. It is the best team, probably one of the best teams you could have put out. There's nobody in there that you could particularly argue the other side of the coin massively for the player to replace them. So he's put a strong team out. We'll go out the day, and as we say, if we get a win the day, it just sets up for the next few games. A little bit of confidence. And if we could get a good win the day, that would really help. But to be honest, a scrappy one at this point, I would probably take.
Yeah, exactly. And the league table hopefully will suddenly look a little bit more appealing. So, yeah. So in the chat there, we've got Niall Powell. Cheers for your contribution there, mate. He's saying there that we have a small striker. Why are we crossing a lot? Well, what I would say about that is, I think good strikers thrive off good crosses. So it doesn't always necessarily mean that just because you're a small striker, you can't make use of a quality delivery. I think too often in the modern game, players don't cross, and it's not just about, you put the cross in for the striker, but you don't know what's going to happen with the opposition. The defender could skew one into the top corner. The goalkeeper might come out and drop a clanger. It's that uncertainty that sometimes it can create, just with that presence alone of a good striker in the box. If you put it in there, it can cause havoc. So yeah, we can't just stop crossing, because I think the problem with Wissa is you don't want to see too many long balls. That's where I would agree, Niall, is that if you're playing too many high balls, expecting him to kind of win headers against these giants, these centre halves that he's up against, then yeah, let's not do that. But in terms of crossing, get the ball in there for him, I think.
Yeah. Just to say on that as well, Tim, by crossing, we don't necessarily mean the old style, put it in for his head. A cross can be along the floor as well. It doesn't have to be a swung in ball. A cross can just be a ball played across the box. And we've seen Wissa how he reacts. It was his first goal. He's got that natural ability to score. So he's got that natural striker's instinct where he can tell where a ball's going to drop. So as you say it, Peter, it doesn't have to be, a perfect ball. It's sometimes the fact that the cross goes in and it's a scrap in the box. But as I say, I think a lot of especially the older fans, think of crosses as being crosses going in high. It doesn't have to be that. It can be a ball just played across the box.
Yeah. No, that's spot on.
Yeah, just to sort of jump in there and was listening to the old conversation. I think it's one of those that with us, particularly with strikers, the main issue that we have is that they're always not 10 yards, but a metre or so behind where the player is, and the movement in the box isn't particularly great either. So I think that's a big thing for us.
Mm-hmm. True. Welcome, Michael, to today, by the way. It's good to see you, mate.
You too,
Gary.
Good evening. Good afternoon.
Evening,
how are we?
Gary.
We're good. Yeah, we're very good, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a test of nerves for both player and fans today, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, we were saying earlier, hopefully the fans can hold the nerve. Let's get behind the lads. It could become, very tense, I'd imagine, if it's one of those games where it's on a knife edge. But, yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't think Brentford are pushovers, like we've said. So they're going to need all the help they can get, I think, the players, if we can try and get behind them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think myself was one of a number of people. I thought that Brentford, with the loss of so many players, from the midfield, from the attack, we all know how difficult it is, not only to not concede goals, but also, as we found this year, to score goals. And with them losing the players that they lost, to ourselves, Arsenal alike, I thought they would struggle. I really did. I thought these were the ones that were going to be relegation-ish team because of obviously not really got the funds to go out there and spend big. So everything that they have to get, they have to make sure, they hit the ground running. And again, it's great business from the likes of Brentford, bringing in the likes of Thiago. They've balanced the team out. Like I said, this guy, Keith Andrews, not in his first role as well as a coach, directing traffic, if you like, at the top end, being involved in the club before that. I mean, obviously, it's a lot to ask, and I thought for me it would be a step too far. But they've certainly proved a hell of a lot of people a lot more cleverer than me wrong. To be fair. And fair play to them, because it just proves, with a little bit of imagination and a little bit of belief. And sometimes it's not about selling, we keep talking about selling the project to players coming your way. It doesn't matter who you bring into the club. It doesn't matter where they're from. You have to make them feel wanted and needed. And then when they get, when they hit that little purple patch, as we've seen Thiago do today, you get those seasons where everything you touch just turns to gold. And Brentford, to be fair, under Keith Andrews, I mean, I've done a bit of a deep dive on him. We'll go through a little bit where Brentford are at the moment under Keith Andrews. But they're a difficult side, and they're a difficult side for a lot of teams that have faced them to actually, to get over. So they certainly aren't sitting low in the league, as I expected. They are battling themselves, like us, to try and reach Europe. So what a feat that would be for Keith Andrews.
Yeah, I completely agree. At the start of the season, they were the ones you were looking at and going, they've brought in a set-piece coach as manager to replace Thomas Frank. And it just shows how much I think people have underestimated Brentford and maybe overestimated Thomas Frank and the job that needed done at Spurs. Because I think if Frank had the chance to go back, I don't think he'd be saying no at the minute, because Spurs look dreadful. And who plays them next, thankfully? Well, thankfully for them, it's us. And then Brentford, obviously, high-flying, could go above Liverpool if they win today.
A player that I've always liked for Brentford is Damsgaard. Yeah. I think he's a massive
He's
threat.
steady on the ball. Yeah, steady on the ball. And I mean, I'll tell you, if you think Sade was the one that everybody, even myself, was saying, this lad was going to go somewhere, a much bigger club. He was being, headhunted, if you like, from bigger names across the globe. And then all of a sudden, young Lewis Potter comes on board and seems to have just, again, another player, the likes of Whitera. You've got an old head, if you like, with Henderson in the 6 slot. And again, if you look at Henderson, Janelt, and Jensen, that's going to be easy for me to commentate on, isn't it? Jensen and Janelt. What you get there is just a little bit of, like I say, a comfort zone, because it allows freedom further on up the park. And I tell you what, these have been really good at the minute is sucker punching. And that's why I put in the comments earlier, boys, about their directness. They have a tendency to draw you on. Very Forest-like, Forest et al., I've called it, if I'm honest with you, because they do draw you on, and then it's just over the top. They bypass a lot of football when they are in their deep zones, and they are getting behind teams. And that's what worries me at the minute. Again, with us being at St James's Park as well, because sometimes we do go a little bit gung-ho, because as fans, We want to see them start really quickly. It's not just starting quickly, though. We also want to see, when we've got that little bit of edge, to try and get a goal. And like you said before, is this the time that Wissa shines? Well, only time will tell.
Yeah. Well, Gary, I'm going to let you crack on.
Thank you, mate.
Have a good one. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we're smiling at the end of the day.
We're always smiling. I mean, it's what it's all about, mate. It's all smiles.
Yeah, no, exactly. And cheers to everyone in the chat. Enjoy the show, everyone. If you're watching on YouTube or if you're listening on DAB, cheers for tuning in. And cheers, Michael. Cheers, Gary.
Thank you ever so much, boys. Peter and obviously Tim.
See you later. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Take care. Have a lovely one. Right then, that is it. That is the early part of the show with Tim, Peter, and Boki. And we'll get the lads off the screen, and we'll go with where we are. Michael, it's lovely to have you alongside me again, as we often do these days. Just going through. Let's have a quick rundown then on this new Brentford side, because, like I say, totally surprising how these boys have come out, if I'm honest with you. Diving into the Brentford ahead of the clash at Newcastle United at St James's Park under their new, like you said, set-piece coach, what that was, now head coach Heath Andrews. The Bees are buzzing with a fresh tactical edge. So let's break it down. So, if you think of Newcastle face Brentford side that's evolved, it's better. They've got a better deep build-up, so 48% possession on top of last year's. So if you think of where they've come from, where they was very much, let's hit it to Mbeumo, Wissa, Tony when he was there, if you like. So when Wissa was out on the left-hand side, they had an out. When Mbeumo was out on the right-hand side, they had an out. Well, they've still got outs. Whitera, he's dangerous. He was the one who got the Villa winner. So it's not something that you can change with this one. Thiago has a habit of dropping into midfield and creating those numbers, the overloads in midfield. So our midfield today has to be aware of that. They'll do a box four within that midfield with Henderson, Janelt dropping in. Jensen and Thiago will sit just on the other side of the halfway line, and you'll have the likes of Lewis Potter and Whitera tearing into that centre part, the heart of Newcastle, and hopefully we see it and stop it.
You'd hope so, 100%. I think just before you go in there, I think the main thing for me today is whether or not we can get Jacob Murphy helping Kieran Trippier enough, because Rico Henry back into the Brentford side recently this year, horrible injuries with him over last year. And, we look at this Brentford side and they're not as direct as as you mentioned, with Mbeumo, with Wissa, with Tony. But with Igor Thiago, what they do have is someone who's very, very good at holding up the ball and bringing Otara and usually Kevin Schade into play. They're going to have to probably be a little bit better on the ball than what they normally are, because usually Kevin Schade can beat anyone in a foot race. They've got Keane Lewis Potter on the left, by the looks of things this time. Very versatile player, but started his career as a striker at Hull. So not going to be any slouch when it comes to him coming in that back post. So I think the reason Murphy's in is to give Trippier a bit more support. And if those two can double up on that Brentford left side and release Barnes and Wissa, maybe, just maybe, this can be the end of a pretty barren run of form.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, I do hope we see a little bit more of, a release, if you like, with the likes of Tonali. And again, this is what worries me when Willock's in the side rather than J7. And we saw it glaringly the other night against City, where you get Willock literally running into the 10 zone. And then you had poor old Ramsey running into a deeper six. Well, he was more like a centre-back at times, leaving Tonali very isolated in the middle of the park. I think that is where we today could potentially win or lose this game. I know it sounds crazy, such an early stage of our build-up. But we need to be a little bit more. If we're going to go gung-ho and release Willock, then maybe Gilmares and Bruno and Tonali just sit in a little bit more and just allow the game to develop in front of them and be a little bit more together in that 6 to 8 pairing. So, that will free Barnes up. And as you say, Murphy dropping in to support Trippier and having a little bit more of the legs, because we know Grandad is obviously time to get the cane out. Well, maybe the Zimmer frame on the way back from some of his jaunts upfield, as we saw. So like we say, if you look at their high pressing, 121 attacking third tackles, right? So, like I said, when they come at you, they actually come at you. They don't. Again, they've evolved with Keith Andrews to win the ball back as high up the field as they can. They will allow you to have the ball and break on you. So they work like a double pivot within a team. If they can't get the ball back, I think it's within. So there was some statistician. I can never say that word. Statistician had come out with, if they can't win the ball back within 10 passes, then they retreat. Yeah. Right? So that's the type of thing that they're looking at. 10 passes. If they can't win the ball back, then they allow you to have the ball in your own half before they come at you again. And away form, that saw them top for points on goal difference post New Year. So, that's, like I said, they're half decent for away form. It's not something that this team hasn't really given a problem about. And like I said, when I asked the question the other night about, is St James's Park a fortress? Do other teams worry about coming to St James's Park anymore? The game's evolved. These teams now just seem to be happy to come anywhere. So obviously, we know a little bit of history regarding Brentford. Keith Andrews took over from Thomas Frank, as you rightfully said, would probably be glad to be coming back if he had the opportunity, who's now at Tottenham and he's building on Frank's legacy while adding his own stamp. Expect direct play with intensity at times, vertical passes through the middle to overload central areas and get players flooding into the box. There's no specific injury crisis regarding Brentford's. Like I say, they've been very good regarding limited games, if you like. They're not in Europe, so they've got a lot of rest time before the next game. So everybody will be coming fresh and bright and breezy into this one. Unlike Newcastle, which again is a worrying blow. We've still got a lot of players doing 3 games a week, which is a load. Brentford's kept errors low, so again they've gone pretty tight from the back four on that slow build up. Like I said, they're not shy now of going long anymore. They will build from the back. They will come through Henderson, who seems to be that pivotal point in the midfield. He seemed to have calmed them down. He certainly had a good, very much like Kieran Trippier did when he come in. A little bit of a softener, if you like, to the rest of the team that want to play at 100 miles an hour.
I was just going to say something there. I was just going to say something there on Brentford. I think the one thing that we can take from Brentford this stage of the season, when they're away from home, they don't draw games. Every single game they've played away from home this season, they've either won it, albeit not comfortably, or they've lost. They've only picked up 2 points more on the road than Newcastle United this season. Yeah. And we've been complaining how terrible we are away from home all season. So this is a very, very difficult Brentford side to beat. But away from home with St James's Park, I know I said it wasn't a fortress the other night, but it's certainly one of those where we should be expecting to win this, even with Brentford looking really, really good. Because they've certainly got the capacity to cause a shock.
Oh, of course, absolutely. And, for me, if you look at any of their errors that have gone on to create a shot at goal, I think it's only something like 3 errors that have led to a shot at goal this season.
I think we've had that in one game.
I'm going to say, if you look at, and that to me is how far this Keith Andrews guy, again, an unknown to a degree, he's certainly very, very capable of setting up a team that obviously believe in him, got a great relationship with this lad. Else you certainly wouldn't be getting that type of response. Defensive duo like Berg and Collins act as sweepers. And like I say, Collins, it's Berg who's in there, and obviously Aya or whatever however you pronounce it at the minute. So he'll be the one that does the sweep, and he'll be the one that sits deep. Like I say, Henderson will sit deeper in the midfield with Janelt, and they create these 2 boxes with Coyote and Henry, as you said, who's been really struggling with injuries, to step into the triangle areas so they can create themselves space going forward. The squad looks very robust, I must, for this trip north. So defensively, they've been rock solid, especially against big teams. Often a 5-defender setup with a forward dropping into the midfield, as I said, to clog that central area. Press man for man. Andrews loves aggressive pressing on goal kick. So again, locking up one side to force long balls or traps. So again, Pope needs to be aware of where he is in the penalty box, and obviously the lads when they're receiving the ball. And that, to me, Michael, has been one of my massive gripes this year. You've probably heard me say it more than one. Uncontested aerial balls, especially punted from the opposition goalkeeper. Why on earth are we just watching the ball drop freely to an opposition player without any
it's absolutely
pressure?
mental. It's absolutely mental. Every single time it feels like there's no battling to win the ball. And I'll be honest, I am surprised Jacob Murphy's come in, because usually I find he is the worst culprit for it. Volta certainly isn't being physical enough, I think, as well, when, it's dropping to him. But then you also see in the midfield, unless it's Bruno or Joe Linton, I don't really see players snapping in to win the ball when it's at feet, never mind when it's at head height. It's like almost people are scared to get concussions. They're talking at youth level of heading out the game completely. And it looks like Newcastle have took that on early, which is certainly a worry, because, when you look at the physicality and what made Newcastle great over the last 2 or 3 years, a large part of that has been the striker that we had up top. That physicality around the rest of the pitch certainly gave us the edge over other teams, and we're just not seeing that, particularly in those aerial duels.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So out wide, they have allowed the flanks. Think aggressive fullbacks like Coyote, stretching play for inside forwards. Possessions low, around 40%, but they rank high in high-intensity pressures and turnovers in the opposition half. So, like I say, you've got to be on your feet. There's got to be a lot of one-touch football happening today, or at least two-touch, because, like I say, they have a tendency now just to get that ball back. Very similar to how Newcastle play. The one thing that I've often found with Newcastle, when we play an opposition that come against us, as we saw, at times at Man City, it worked when we played the ball long over the top and got behind teams. I don't see Newcastle doing that enough against teams that come and press you. That's what the opposition teams seem to be doing to Newcastle, and it's working. It's making us think a lot more defensively, and it certainly opens up gaps within the midfield third, if you like, for opposition players to turn us in and get bodies around us. So, like I say, they are very good at the fast break with long passes to pacey forwards that are lethal at the minute. And like I say, he's certainly doing himself no harm this season. Thiago, like I say, he's up there with the likes of Haaland. And like I say, at this present moment in time, he's got incredible stats. So 25-26, they've scored first in 7 of 9 games with a huge aerial threat. Most headed shots in the league so far. The midfield engine, Vitaly Janelt, key to their phase 4 aggression, while wings threat like Sade, who, again, unfortunately is not playing or starting today. Lewis Potter is the one who's creating them overloads with Witera. Bees won't cross deep or shoot from range. It's central overloads and fast counters that seem to be the way they work. Newcastle must watch early goals and aerial duels. Like I said, Andrews' compact shape could frustrate, press high, win it back, and hit on the break. Could be another upset from the Bees. So here we go. Thiago in front of goal, converting 54% of his big chances, including pens and headers. So, like I say, he's rated as one of the best strikers among all of the top shooters as we speak. So that's it. That's your Brentford locked. That's your lowdown. So tune in.
Just to jump in there.
Go on.
After Brentford had demolished us on their home turf, I was checking through their social media just because I was in there thinking, these must be great. I wonder how they're reacting now, how they react to Andrews and stuff like that. The amount of people I saw after that game saying, I can't believe Igor Thiago is doing this because he's not this good and he's not a good footballer. They were saying he's worse than Wissa in regards to actual ability, and worse than Ivan Toney, and worse than what I believe it was Ollie Watkins. They were saying he's the worst striker they've had since getting promoted. since the Championship days. And it's absolutely mental how good he's been, because every time I see him, I think, what a player. But they just don't seem to rate him, which I find insane.
Yeah, I think he does. Like I say, he seems to be one of those like old-fashioned style strikers. Just, I wouldn't say Shearer-esque, because I don't want to mark Shearer down in that category. But he seems to be just wanting to hit the target. He just doesn't think about it. He's not a lad who overthinks in front of goal, and he's getting the results for it. So for me, fair play to them. Let's have a quick look at how we think the game is going to develop from the tactics. Very much 4-3-3 from Newcastle, as we know. Nick Pope in goal, Lewis Hall left back, Botman and Chow in the middle. Strange they've dropped Byrne, the favourite, which everybody thinks is the favourite. If anybody was going to be dropped, I would have thought it would have been Chow, because he needs a break, bless him. But it just proves how important this lad has been in this side. If I'm honest with you, because he's the one that's carried the load in these back four. Kieran Trippier, obviously out on right back. Tonali, I would imagine, being in the six. Bruno and Willock I've got here left and right side. But again, I have a feeling that Willock's going to be the one that will join close to Wissa, and maybe we see Bruno just sitting the 8 with Tonali just alongside him when we're on the offensive. Barnes, Wissa up top, like I said, against his old club, so maybe it's time to pay some of that money back. £55 million. Let's see if you can get at least a fiver off your payroll. And Jacob Murphy on the right hand side, and I think, like I said, that benefits me, for me. I like what I saw with Elanga against Man City, and I think you'll certainly see Elanga later on in the game. Because he was electric when he came on against Manchester City. He certainly got his hunger back. But I think defensively, I think Eddie Howe has gone reward over risk rather than risk over reward, if I'm honest with you, as we did against Manchester City.
Yeah, 100%. I think Elanga is one of those. He suits a game where, I've said since he came in, he suits games against the likes of Man City, Liverpool, where he's going to have a little bit more space. I mean, the goal actually comes from when he had less space than any other point in the game. But I think in a game against Brentford, I know it's going to be high octane and they are going to try and hit us fast, try and hit us hard. But I think, let's be honest, second half, if we're 1-0 up, Anthony Elanga comes on, he's going to have a lot more space on the break there. And I think that's something he'll offer that I can't think of any other player really on our bench who would offer that. Obviously, Voltamada, bit slow. Well, Osula can offer you chaos, but no one ever really knows what he's doing. And Jacob Ramsey, he's got good legs on him, but Howe seems to be preferring him a little bit deeper to what we saw at Villa. So I think Elanga being on the bench makes a lot of sense. Although when you think about it, I'm not sure I would have started Jacob Murphy, if I'm completely honest. But Trippier needs help, so that's probably the reason why.
And like I say, he hasn't been at his very best, but he's been hampered by a lot of injuries this season. So, some of the stats that I saw, and again, I know not everybody likes stats, but the one that I liked the other day was the fact that you'd got, I don't know whether I've still saved it actually. It was one where I saw Eddie Howe was top for crosses, and yet 12th and 13th for actually people getting on the end of these crosses. So it's not as if we'd done ourselves, any injustice, if you like. And I'm trying to think whether, but I'm sure I've saved it. Bear with me a second, just so I can have a quick look. So it was something like we were top for crosses. Here we go. So crosses, 615 first. Accuracy, 21.5%, 12th. Open play crosses, 451 first. Open play crossing accuracy, 20.4%, 11th. Corners into the box, 142 first. Successful corners, 31, 8th. So again, when we look at our wingers not actually getting the job done, it seems as though they are. It seems as though the lads themselves, and I'm not saying it's directly involved with the wingers, but the team itself are creating the moments to get the ball into the danger area, but we just don't seem to have the bodies within it to actually finish it off. So, is that an area?
Honest. How many times this season have we said, oh, what a terrible cross? Or every time we've looked at it and gone, oh, it's a great cross. It's been where no one's going. It's right in front of the goalkeeper. Someone takes a risk. It's pretty much a guaranteed goal. Alanga's put a couple in. Murphy has put a couple in as well. Credit to both of them. But, we've mentioned there Wissa and Voltamara, not exactly the most mobile. You kind of do have to get it right on their heads almost if you are going to get them to do something. I think the best movement I've seen from Voltamara for a header was maybe the first one against Wolves where he's pulling back, or the diving header that we saw a few games ago, and that went miles off target by a considerable distance. So I think it's one of those we've just got to kind of, I don't want to say work it a bit more into the box, because I think I'm one of the first to sit there and go, we're overplaying it in the final third at times. But I think it's just one of those where we've got to realise these head height crosses, or even the ones low on the ground, aren't working quite as well as what we think. Let's try and get it a bit more central, or try and work it in more from the angle, where even if it's a poor cross, it could still trouble the goalkeeper. Because getting to the byline and whipping it in, I mean, Gordon's probably been the worst for it this season. It just hasn't worked.
It hasn't worked, has it? No, it's been pretty criminal, if I'm honest with you. And like I say, some really good additions to Brentford since they've lost some players. So Kelleher, again, I think that was a great addition to the squad, if I'm honest with you. Gives them a little bit of stability at the back. And like I said, I didn't think he was the world's best, but I think he's a decent keeper at probably the level that they're playing at. So Kelleher goal, Coyote right back, Aya and Berg will be right and left centre backs, with, like I say, Rico Henry on the left back situation. Jan Alton Henderson as the sixes, and then you'll have the three across the middle, which will become four if Thiago drops in. Whitera on the right, Jensen and Lewis Potter on the left-hand side, with Thiago all on his own. Billy No Mates up top. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Like I say, there's West Ham are starting to pick up a little bit of form. Somerville, I've just seen there, he's on the score sheet again. Everton beating Fulham away. So again, lots of results send Newcastle tumbling down to 12th position, I believe, in the league as we speak.
That's correct.
Not the best place to be, I agree. And like I say, time to panic, mate, or we've still got time?
No, we've still got time, let's be honest. There is 14 games left, and while, let's be honest, there is not a single person who is happy with Newcastle United's league position, we have to acknowledge the fact that, realistically, there are just a few points separating us and European football. There's also, 4 points separating us and 16th. So I think it's let's be honest, the next two games are winnable. Today, and Spurs. Let's be honest, Spurs haven't won a game this year. I've seen that multiple times, and Dr. Newcastle's coming to town to fix that, is what I'm seeing all over social media. But all it takes is 1 or 2 wins to completely change momentum and completely change the season. Am I confident of that? Not as confident as I have been in years past. But we do normally finish off seasons better than what we've started them. We normally have poor starts to seasons. So for me, I'm confident that we're going to get Europe, but I'm pretty much certain that 5th, 6th off the cards.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, mate. I think, like I say, for me, like I say, Conference League, Europa is winnable. And I think that is, again, that little chink in the armour for me. It's a pat on the back. You should have seen a bounce from Spursy for winning it last year, but you haven't really seen much of a bounce. It's nice to see Bruno back into the midfield. He said today in the programme, I've been working hard to get back on the pitch. I'm feeling better, getting better, and hopefully I can be out there as soon as possible It's been around 2 weeks without playing, and I can't wait to get back. So, like I said, we know he's back in. He's passed the medical and the fitness tests, so he's good. Sven Botman makes his 100th appearance for the club today. So again, another well-deserved pat on the back for Sven. And like I said, I'm hoping we're starting to see Sven return to his best form, because at the minute we are leaking goals as if there's no tomorrow, and it doesn't matter who's in defence. It seems and looks very shaky. Andy Medley is the one who's in the middle today, and as you know, the referee who failed to award the Stonewall penalty for Anthony Gordon against Chelsea in December. So again, let's see what happens. And I wonder whether the crowd remember.
I know full well our fans don't like Andy Medley. I'm a part of that. I think he's one of the worst refs in the league. But to be honest, the quality ain't exactly that high. So, you know, it's one of those. I probably wouldn't be happy no matter what referee I heard today. You could have given me one I've never heard of, and I probably still would have went, oh, here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, that's it. It is a strange one. So we are now literally on the last half an hour of the game going forward. So Gavin Full has asked us a question. Let's have a look at this one. Why do we never start the season well and put all the pressure on the rest of the season? The only thing, if I'm honest with you, the only thing I can honestly think about, and I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot. Every pre-season, Newcastle never put a side out as a unit. They always throw half and half teams out around. They're playing a lot of players out of position during that time. I don't think that helps you. I sometimes think when you're starting to look at building shapes, looking at, and again, you know, you've got to throw the kids in. I understand that, but I think sometimes when you're trying to build momentum and build a shape, I don't think it serves you well if you're not working in unity with players that you will be in the Premier League on a week-to-week basis. It can, you know, stall your progress a bit. That's the only thing, and like I say, I'm not making that as an excuse, but that is the only thing I can think of, because that's been racking my brains. Because that ain't just this season. That's been literally ever since the lad took over. We just don't seem to start well until Christmas.
Yeah, I think the only time I can really think of them where maybe we have was 23-24. But even then, we went on a run of losses around middle of the season, and we were still in, I think, about this position around this time. But I remember, we had some pretty decent results for a spell. But I remember being, even that season, I remember being in, I think it was Chester for the Brentford game, thinking if he loses today, it's 4 losses in a row, and we're in a pretty bad position. So for me, I completely agree with you on the fact of we never play one straight team consistently. You look at when we played the summer series and stuff like that. Yeah, that was the season where, you know, we were playing a bit more of a normal team in those games. You were still got the youngsters coming in, but it was a little bit more. It was a little bit better. Not much, but the Cellar Cup, where you're playing 2 games, 2 different sides, the first choice defence plays one, the first choice attack plays the other. There's never really any cohesiveness in there, and I know you've got to get players used to playing with each other. You know, you've got to get the reserves or the squad players, let's say, in there. But I think for me as well, I think it's one of those of simply we just don't start well at anything. I think Eddie Howe is a bit of a manager where he needs time to get players up to speed, get the squad up to speed, and whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I think it's literally one of those where planning, it doesn't go out the window at the end of a season, but a lot of teams change exactly how they play in that sort of small space. Transfers happen. Everyone sort of is a little bit different at the start of the next season. And I think because we are so vigorous in our planning for games and not more of a free flow inside, I think that's something that we really struggle with, because I think if he was a fan, Eddie Howe would be the fan that's posting all the stats on Twitter, basically saying, "Oh, we're absolutely brilliant for XG. This is where all of our attacks are coming from," and stuff like that. This player's amazing, even though he hasn't got a goal or assist in 20 games. I think he's that kind of person, and for some games, like the games against Arsenal, where we beat them last season, not the better team on paper, but certainly the better team on the pitch because we'd studied them. I think that area he's excellent at, but it takes a little bit while into the season before you get those kind of stats.
Yeah, again, like I said, it's one of those situations where you can't really put a finger on where that mentality comes, and is it? Connor's just sent. Brentford have 16 points since December. Only Arsenal have 17 more. So there you go. So they're certainly on form. Thanks, Connor, for that. And Connor's also asked your thoughts on Willock over Ramsey.
Yeah, I don't like it because I do prefer Ramsey as a player. I do think he's a bit tidier, but I think Willock is closer to Joe Linton as in his style of play. And I think if you look at, let's be honest, this is going to be the same formation that we've seen, Plan A, over and over again. I think Willock is a little bit more like J7. There's going to be a bit more movement into that final third. I think if we were away from home, he might have trusted Ramsey because he can help us get away from that press with that lovely turn that he seems to have mastered. If every part of his game was like that, he'd be an amazing player, but unfortunately it's not. I think Willock gives us a bit more in that final third in regards to movement. You're going to need in a pretty direct game, I think this is going to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it could be a basketball game today with both teams being the way they play. And like I say, we always seem to get that bounce at St James's Park. So that seems to be where I come from regarding that. And like I said, these are one of my favourite times of year at St James's Park. Just as it's getting dark, the lights are on. There's still plenty of time after the game. So go and have a drink, something to eat, and just have a nice evening. You know what I mean? I think this is a great evening. And it's not everybody's cup of tea, I must admit, but I do love St James's Park. And this is how much love I give this channel because I had tickets for today's game at St James's Park that I gave up just so I can be with you guys. What more can I say? I'm just having a look through some of the chat just to see if we can bring some love outside in, if I like. I hope you guys are all doing well. And like I say, I'd love to hear what your predictions are going to be for today. And hopefully we are in for a plus rather than a negative response. I'd love to see that. There we go. Let's have a look at this one. I hope Howe knows his plans for the summer because I can tell you now, Tonali and Livramento's off. Wissa and Volt aren't good enough. Trips, Burn, Shaw, Willock are done. Gordon's hit and miss. That's some rebuild. Yeah, well, there you go.
I'm inclined to agree with Saul Bitter. I do think Tonali and Livramento will be off in the summer. I think Livramento certainly more than Tonali. We know City need players for those full-back positions. Mateus Nunes playing there at the moment. Played well against us, but he doesn't seem to play well across the entire season. He does like... Livramento does like... Sorry, Pep does like Livramento from what we've seen. Clearly likes Tonali as well from what we saw the other night. But I do think both of them will be off. I disagree that Burns finished. I think he's just one of those where he's getting to the end of his career in a high-intensity Premier League game. He's not really fit for it. Basically, I think he should end up in the Lascelles role that we had 2-3 seasons ago where, 5 at the back, bring on Jamal Lascelles because all he's going to do is just nut everything out the box. And that's what he's great at. If he wants to play Premier League football, I'm sure another club would come in for him. That is going to suit him a little bit more. But it is. I don't think there's a massive rebuild needed, but there are going to be a lot of departures in the summer, and I don't think the team will look the same this time next year, which is exciting in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like I say, it's got a shape. It's got to change. We know that, and like I said, whether Eddie Howe is still involved come the start of the summer, who knows? But like I said, he's still got a job to do until that day comes when he hasn't got that job to do anymore, and you have to back it, and that's how it goes. Brian Garth, thanks ever so much, buddy, for your shout out. Looking forward to listening to the commentary in the car on NUFC Talk Radio on DAB. So again, don't forget, everybody out there, if you are in and around your car and you're not able to watch the game in front of your TV, and even if you are, throw the radio on, listen to myself, the Geordie Yam Yam, alongside Michael Grahamslaw, and we'll give you the best commentary that is out there. We try and make it a bit of fun as well. So like I say, thank you.
Big ask,
so
but
much,
we can
Brian.
do it.
Yeah, we'll try. We'll do our best. So let's have a quick look at some of the comments on that's out there. Bear with me. There's lots of comments on other managers doing well, and I think this does fuel the fire. And I'm talking directly about Michael Carrick, who's gone into Manchester United and won 4 games on a trot. Listen, Manchester United hadn't got a bad side, right? We knew that. But when you're looking at transitioning a team to play a 3 at the back that have never been a 3 at the back, this 3-4-3 system works when you've got the right players. We've seen with Newcastle when we've tried it. Sometimes it looks great because it's a fluid 5, sometimes a 3, right? So it can work, but it doesn't work all the time. So for me, I think what United needed was somebody with a little bit more vision than somebody who was just going to say, that's how I'm playing, take it or leave it. You adapt to me, I'm not going to adapt to the players that I've got. And I think that any manager that does that from the off is on a hiding to nothing, if I'm honest with you. And I am surprised that Amorim actually lasted as long as he did at Manchester United.
Yeah, 100%. It was one of those, you could see the system wasn't working after his first 10 games. But I think Manchester United have gotten into such a run of just sacking managers for no reason. Well, not for no reason, but sacking and then replacing with worse, let's be honest. And then getting carried away by good starts. Let's be honest, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer had a very similar start to what Michael Carrick has. I think they were a bit more reluctant to... a little bit more reluctant to sack Amorim because of that, because he did have a plan. He knew exactly what he wanted, but it is a bit of a worry. You look at sort of Michael Carrick, what he's done. They look a very, very different side, and I've said recently that I think the new manager bounce has become a bit of a myth. I don't think it happens that much, but what you can see from Michael Carrick, it definitely can happen.
Yeah, well, while we're talking about Manchester United, I suppose what we could do for you guys that are all listening there is just go through the scores on the doors of Miss Ford. Manchester United won again at Old Trafford, 2-0 to Spurs, who obviously we travel to at our next match.
Romero got sent off in that one, by the way, which means he will be missing the Newcastle game.
Yeah, does that make an advantage? Well, I think, like I say, he's a massive loss for them, isn't he?
Yeah, and he got a brace against us last time, so if I can avoid seeing his face, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, overhead kick, that dribbled in. It was like watching Gary the Snail, wasn't it? Walking
absolutely
down. Bournemouth have got a draw against Aston Villa again. A team that were flying 1 minute seemed to have hit a bit of a bumpy road as we talk about Aston Villa and Unai Emery. Arsenal again taking the Mackems out 3-0. Burnley going down at home to West Ham. That was a 6-pointer if I've ever seen one. And like I say, it looks as though that's nailed the coffin shut for Burnley. Fulham lost at home to the Craven Cottage to Everton, who again are doing a bit of a revival under Miles. And Wolves again going down to too many Chelsea penalties. I don't know what it is about Chelsea, but they always seem to get them. 3-1 at the Molineux. And I think it was 2 penalties and a goal from the Man City ex-player. I can't think of his name now.
Cole Palmer got his hat-trick. Hasn't been in great form, but seems to be coming. Seems to be coming up for Chelsea just when they need him. Unfortunately,
yeah. it is an interesting one. Ben Jacobs, I've just had some news given to me. We're 15 minutes from the start of the game, so I'm going to give you this news as I've just received it. According to Ben Jacobs, Newcastle and Bruno Guimaraes have a verbal agreement to listen to offers around £80 million from Champions League clubs this summer if the club don't qualify for the Champions League.
See, I thought that was the case 2 years ago, because I'm very certain I've heard that before. When we made the Champions League last time, Man City apparently wanted him, but we had a release clause, and then the year after, we apparently had another release clause that was 20 million higher. Now we've got another release clause that's 20 million lower. It just either Bruno loves changing his release clause every single season, or there are it feels like there's some gaps being made up. I'm sure he does have one in there, because let's be honest, high quality player. He's always going to make sure he has a backup plan. I think his agent, to get him to agree to a new contract, probably was telling us, look, there needs to be some sort of release clause in there if you don't make Europe. And I think that's the one that makes the most sense. Whether it's 80 million, whether it's 100. It does. I don't think teams are going to come in too much for central midfielders. City are the potential exception because Bernardo will probably, he's reaching the end of his tenure, but there's no guarantee Pep even stays there, so their transfer plans could even be out the window. But so I'm not too worried about that. I don't know what you think.
Like I said, I think we all know that Pep has his eyes on, a lot of midfielders. You saw it with Tonali at the end of the game with Man City, where it seemed very much as though they were giving each other the golden handshake. Tonali, it's come out now that he's offered himself to the likes of Real Madrid, and Real Madrid have said, I'm not looking at you, Tonali. Again, Newcastle have to face facts. I mean, for me, if I'm honest with you, I think losing Bruno will probably hit Newcastle a lot harder if we lost than if we lost Tonali.
Absolutely.
I think Tonali can be one that can be replaced. I'm not saying you're going to get like for like, because he is a talent. We know that. But I just think with his mentality, Bruno's mentality and drive, it certainly gives you that bit more bounce, and you get a reaction from some of the players around you. I think when the going gets tough, unfortunately, Tonali just doesn't have that mentality to push that extra 5%.
Yeah, 100%. I think, let's be honest, in regards to Newcastle United, Bruno Guimaraes is that guy. He's the number one. He is, if you keep any player on the planet, it's Bruno Guimaraes. And even with the hindsight of seeing what we've been like after Alexander Isak, if you took me back and said, you lose either Bruno or Isak, even knowing what happens up to this point, I would still say keep Bruno Guimaraes, because that is how important he is to us, and he's been the one that's pulled us through these tough games. And yes, having Isak top form, a lot of the chances we've created probably would have hit the back of the net, and we might be higher up in the league. But overall, there is no replacing what Bruno Guimaraes brings to Newcastle.
Yeah, you're right. And like I said, I do like the way you say Bruno Guimaraes. It's very cute. I like that. What else did I see in the chat? A lot of people still talking, matey. Like I say, we are coming down to the last second about the Man City situation, and now Leicester, unfortunately, it takes 8 months to get them docked points. I think it's 6 points they've been docked, and Man City, after 2 years, are still questioning, and they're still buying players. So it is a crazy one, isn't it? Yeah, well, like I say, I mean, we can't really discuss what's happening with the 115. It's like I said, we don't have any information on it, but I just find it a little bit criminal to think that it's taken this long. And another one, Man U, billions of debt and can still outbid us on players. Make it make sense. And I don't think we have to make it make sense. I mean, the one thing that I was really distraught over the other day was the fact that we got the CEO of Premier League saying they're looking to rotate winning clubs every 6 years.
That was weird, wasn't it?
How can that happen when they put so many restrictions on the rules?
Yeah, left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, to be honest. Although I'm pretty certain if they had to choose a new name to put on it in the next 6 years, it probably would be Aston Villa and not the Saudi boys, let's say.
Yeah.
But I think just with Man United as well, look, it's like when you get a mortgage on a house, they base it off what let's be honest, you can't afford to pay back what they've given you, but the income that you have. And let's be honest, Man United have a lot more income than Newcastle United commercially. That's what they go off there. And, I'd love to see the interest rate because it's apparently not that high the way it's gone. I would have expected it to be billions based on how much they've loaned in the past. And then with City, they just have, I think it's a case of they've simply got the best lawyers in the world making this last as long as it possibly can. Because I remember and there was something about 2 years ago where they found one little flaw in one of the charges and then asked the Premier League to look at every single one of the charges again. So if the Premier League do even the slightest thing wrong, City will get away with that. Or at least, they'll cast doubt over those charges. And I don't think Leicester were really in the position to do that, considering, they might even get relegated themselves to League One. They might do a Sunderland, as it's known. So I think that's probably the reason why they're. Although I'll be honest, I ain't confident City get charged, and I ain't confident Man United ever have to pay back that loan. So who knows anymore?
Yeah, it is crazy. Right then, we are literally on the 8-minute countdown. I can just have a look there before we are kickoff time. So we'll have a bit of a deep dive into the team when we straight back after this one.
You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube, on the AB, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
Right, so there you go. We are live at St James's Park. Well, we're not actually live at St James's Park, but obviously the game is live at St James's Park. And we are, me and myself, Michael, are going to give you the live kick-by-kick commentary as we see it. Like I said, we'll do our best to make it as exciting as we can for you guys out there in Viewerland. Let's go through the teams then. So Popey in goal, Louis Hall left back, Botman and Chow covering the centre backs, Trippier, the old man, at right back. We've got Tonali in the 6, Willock and Bruno Gomes as the two other midfielders. Harvey Barnes comes in for obviously the crocked Anthony Gordon, who pulled his hairband on the match against Man City. We've got Jacob Murphy coming in on the right-hand side to give Trippier some support at right back, with Yohan Wissa against his old club. Fingers crossed can come back and do a bit of good against them. And like I say, get yourself a bit of confidence, because unfortunately, he certainly didn't look that confident in front of goal against Man City. He hit the kebab shop more than once. For the Bees, we've got Kelleher in goal, Coyote, Aya, Berg, and Henry as the back four. Janelt and Henderson will be the 6s. Across the 3 in front of them is Witara, Jensen, and Lewis Potter. And they've got Thiago, the danger man, up top. It'll be interesting to see who they put man for man on him. I could imagine it can be somewhere the likes of Chow and Thiago being a bit of a tandem, and maybe Tonali trying to sit in front. The problem for me is Lewis Potter up against Kieran Trippier, if I'm honest with you. There could be times where we lose that right-hand side going forward, and hopefully, whether it be Willock on the right-hand side or Bruno, and again, I can only assume it's nice to think that you've got two versatile midfielders that can play both left side of midfield and right side of midfield. One of them will have to go out there and just cover while Murphy's dropping into that deep zones to support Trippier, because we have to have an out ball. And one of my biggest criticisms of Wissa is very much, again, it seems crazy, doesn't it, to think that you are criticising one of your own players, but I think he can lead the line a much better time than he has done. You know, he needs to come out of them central zones sometimes, especially when he's on his own. Maybe move out to the right-hand side, move out to the left-hand side, where obviously he's naturally more suited when he was at Brentford. He played on that left-hand side when Tony was up top. So you have got a chance of getting that player to do that work for you if he wants. And I think that is the problem for me. When we're restricted with an out ball, he's not the tallest player. What is the point in punting the ball up to him? It ain't going to work. The ball just comes straight back at you. So we need to be able to work it back. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, when we've done it in the past, we've had sort of Alexander Isak, who's, has been pretty decent at that sort of hold-up play, not fantastic. And I think one of the things that you can do with that when you lump it forward, when you've got a pacier centre-forward like Wissa was at Brentford, not quite the Wissa we've seen this year, unfortunately, particularly since the injury. I think that's one of those. I think it was a knee injury, wasn't it? That does tend to have an effect on those kind of things. I think we've brought him in with the idea of, we can still do that. And for some reason, we haven't adapted it yet. Maybe it's we think the wingers can get up and support and press whenever we launch it forward. We can still do that. Personally, I don't agree. But I haven't got the stats that Eddie Howe and his team will have. So if the stats are telling them it's still worth doing and we still do get a few good chances that way, then fair play. But the eye test for me is said differently.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like I say, against the two teams at the moment, I mean, somebody had put in the thread there, because we were talking about, obviously, these aren't involved in many games, week in, week out. So somebody put in, when he says it's a bit over the top when they're they're only in one less competition than we are. Well, that's not the way it goes. If you're going far in competitions, it is a problem. You don't see Brentford playing, Saturday, Wednesday, Saturday, or Sunday, Wednesday, Sunday. It's once, maybe twice on the odd occasion. And like I said, you're going to come through months like we are at the moment, where it is literally so heavy, and unfortunately, the way the season's gone for us, it's not that we've got less games to play. We've got even more now because we're in the playoffs, to doing so well. And I think that is it. I mean, it's gone are the days when we lost to Chesterfield and Sheffield Wednesday, in the earlier rounds of competitions. Yeah. And again, you've got to say, the one thing you could either criticise Eddie Howe for, or you pat him on the back. He wants to win everything and any competition that he's in. And that could be sometimes at the detriment of the squad.
Yeah, 100%. I think, we look at it this season. This is our 38th game of the season, I think it is. Man United across the entire campaign. It was a big deal that the fact they're only playing 40 across the entire campaign. And yes, I hate hearing, they're going to be a little bit more tired because, let's be honest, they're on a lot of cash. Your recovery systems and what you have to aid you should be significantly better than what ours is. Maybe they're not because of the training ground that we have, etc. Who knows? But with that, Brentford, they made it pretty far in the Carabao, if I remember correctly. I think they made the quarterfinals. But, as you mentioned, those games on a Wednesday against Champions League opposition, you always work a little bit harder in those big high reputation games than what you do against the likes of Wolves and stuff. So, and that's no disrespect to Wolves, or no disrespect intended, should I say. Because it is a little disrespectful to them, but that's just the way it is. When you play Barcelona, even Athletic Club in midweek, I know that was the most comfortable game we had other than Union Saint-Gilloise, but it's just one of those, it takes it out of you a little bit more. The adrenaline was there. It's not there for those smaller games. And it's, if you try and win everything, there's always the risk of you massively underperform. Last few seasons, we haven't had that. This season, it looks like we're going to in 3 good seasons out of 4. I'm happy, but I acknowledge that this isn't good enough. And hopefully that turns around today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's going to be an interesting one with the way these guys, like I say, set up. And like I said, if one man out of this side should be pumped up, it should be Wissa. Because like I said, I'm sure he'll want to show everybody. His appearances 10, starts 3, 345 minutes and only 1 goal. The biggest thing for me, though, only 9 shots.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like, isn't it? It feels like he really, very rarely touches the ball. And that's a big problem for us, because if he's not getting into those positions and we're not getting him on the ball well enough, then we are going to have a lot of problems.
Yeah, it shows just how a big force Thiago is. He's 4th in the European top 6 leagues for goals scored. So there you go. He's not something like a little bit of a flyby. No, this lad is flying at the moment. So full of praise, I suppose, goes to the scouting unit that picked him up. Because, like I said, even if he is a one-season wonder, wow, you know what I mean, for £15 million. Wow. So well done, everybody that's done that job. We are literally on for kickoff. We're just waiting for the coverage to start, and we will go on. But I can... can't wait for this, I must admit. I'm really looking forward to it. Have you got the game on? Because if you have, can you start? Because at the minute, I haven't got it on.
I haven't. I've just gave Chris a message just to let him know.
It's updated.
So going to update soon.
Everybody out there in the chat, I know we are literally up for the game is on. So please try and keep it quiet in the chat if anything happens quite early on. And here we are. We are off. So we
1 minute 4 in for those looking to match up alongside us.
That's it. Whoa. Like I say, it's a strange strip. It's like I say, this light blue strip that they're in. So like I say, Kelleher picks the ball up on the edge of his box and again just takes it out of his feet and he goes looking over the top.
Ooh.
And there
just
you've got Botman
quickly there.
handed it back for Potter. Oh, go on, mate.
5 gifted subs on the chat. Queen of Hearts, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Queenie.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. And those went to Dennis Polchkin, Jimmy Owens, Crispy Bacon, Johnny NUFC, and Kian67. Newcastle on the attack here.
Yeah, Trippier there trying to get it into the box. It has come out to Barnes, though. Again, he's blocked from a shot, so he's given it outside to Lewis Hall. Back to Barnes, who looks to shoot one. Oh! Just past the left-hand post.
Great effort.
And again, well done. Again, the lots of the Brentford team are up in arms about what happened down in the other end, because there was a poor header back from Botman that seemed to get Lewis Potter in towards the area. And it's Kieran Trippier who seemed just to grab hold of the shirt arm and he goes to the ground and again, nothing given. Again, maybe that's him saying, I didn't give you one before. I'm not going to give you one against today.
Yeah, I think it's the reason he's maybe not give it is just because of the poor touch Keane Lewis Potter has. He side foot, it takes control, but then it bounces off his knee all day, every day. It's going through the goalkeeper. I think if he controls that a little bit better, Newcastle could have been in a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a bit of an opening for them, and like I say, not the best of headers back towards goal from Svenny Botman. So, like I say, it's something we've got to be careful of with Lewis Potter and Witera. They will get in at the back of us if we allow them to do so.
No.
Again, it's still 0-0 at St James's Park, and again. Great effort though from Harvey Barnes up the other end, buddy. Like I say, gets it in from Louis Saul, and Coyote and Aya give him the opportunity to get it out of his feet and take a shot that just whips across the box. So good early start.
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, Brentford will be a little happy, obviously, with the penalty chance they could have had. Harvey Barnes doing what he does best. It's a shot from outside the box from Newcastle, which we've been asking for a little bit more of. Decent chance for Harvey Barnes as standard. That's what you'd call his bread and butter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just going to be us talking for a second while we just try and get something on the screen. There you go. Henderson now picks the ball up, gets it down that right-hand side. And again, Coyote overloading down that right-hand side with Witera. And it's a free kick to Brentford. So 4 minutes 25 gone, if anybody wants to link up with us. And again, they are a very, like I say, interesting side, Brentford, when they play. They're very fluid, very high-flying at the moment, and say full of confidence, this team. So certainly something you have to admire with what's happened, with all the turmoil that's gone on behind the scenes. So out on that right-hand side, you got Jensen over the ball. Again, just looking, again, this is where they're dangerous. They've created and scored quite a lot from set pieces into the box. So good aerial unit, Brentford.
Yeah, I remember the last game they tore us apart from these kind of situations, particularly long throws.
Yeah, exactly. And it's Chow who gets it half cleared, and then it's Harvey Barnes who gets it cleared up to the halfway line. And again, Tonali doesn't give Coyote any chances there. And Coyote did get it off his feet, but he got it all the way back to Kelleher, who again goes really long. And the ball again goes over Botman, and it's Chow who has that little bit of defensive security. And Willock now on that left-hand side, just being pushed back towards Hall, who again decides to get out of his feet and clear the lines, which again, I don't mind doing at times, rather than trying to be pretty. Just clear your lines, get your shape back. Coyote now back with Brentford, Janelt, and again, just Henderson just coming back again, just trying to get that shape for Brentford. Vandenberg now coming forward down this inside left position. Henry back to Henderson. Again, it's just slow build-up, like I say, from Brentford, who aren't afraid to keep hold of the ball these days. Ball on the diagonal there to the left-hand side of the box. Headed clear by Murphy, but it's only fell to the edge of the box. Trying to get out of his feet here, Brentford. Could try to find it back to Henry, but again, Newcastle crowd the space, and it's Trippier now with an opportunity to get it. It's a poor ball from Trippier.
Terrible.
Giving it straight back to Brentford. And Rico Henry gives it back to Henderson. Henderson's got a chance to cross to that back stick, and it's shaped back into Pope. But it's a great start for Brentford, mate. And again, it's a difficult and awkward ball from Trippier that puts us in trouble.
Yeah, 100%. Brentford were claiming for a handball as well, I think, in there. Not in the box, though, so VAR won't go back to it. But we're just not playing, for me, we're not playing it along the floor enough. We've mentioned before how many times when Wissa's on the pitch do we just seem to hoof it? If that was the game plan, surely you're playing Voldemort, but Wissa's not getting anywhere near those. But we are pressing quite nicely here.
Yeah, pushing. Again, Lewis Potter getting out of his feet and trying to get Thiago in around the back, but it's good play from Tonali now. And we've got Trippier giving it to Murphy on this right-hand side, back into Bruno. Nice to see him back with his day-glow shoes. And it's again on the edge of the box to Murphy, but again, it's given away. But it's a good tackle in from Willock there, who wins the ball back, gives it to Hall now, still in the Brentford half. Hall goes past one defender, goes in towards box now. Lewis Hall past another. That's going to be a free kick on the edge of the box on the left-hand side. Here we go. Line up, 15 players, even though we've only got 11.
I hate it when we see that. 4 players lining up. And I know sometimes you're just trying to decide which tactic you're going to use. Obviously, in this position, you've probably got 7 or 8 in your mind that you could do. For me, this position, just outside the box, left-hand side a little bit, you've got to take a shot for me. Or do you think it's a bit too close to get it up and over?
Well, not from there, because you're talking, if you think of the 18-yard box, you're talking, 19 yards there. But then your angle, you're talking around about 25 to 28 yards off the angle. So if you're shaping it towards the far post, Kelleher's far post, there should be enough on that to be able to beat him. And to be fair, there should be enough on the front post from that angle. Becca there, welcome Beck again. He's saying Hall is too good for us. He's such a tidy player on the ball now, isn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely is. But I think it's one of those. He has his flaws as well. I agree. The way we're playing at the minute, he is too good for us. But he isn't a player without his flaws. And that might be. There are a couple that I think would maybe put off an Arsenal or a Man City. So, or maybe that's just me being hopeful and dreaming about keeping him for 10
exactly.
years.
Yeah, exactly. Tonali looks like he's set himself up for this one. Trippier comes out the way. Tonali runs up, shoots the ball in, but it's a little bit too high. Not quite in the kebab shop, but it's not on target.
It's hit the curb outside. It wasn't that far away from it at all. He has done what you were trying to say, though, go towards that far post. It is a pretty, terrible effort in reality. You'd expect more from, someone of his quality. But they're replaying the penalty there, and commentary are saying they think it is a pen, from what I'm hearing. So maybe we got away with one there.
I think it's like you said, it's his first touch. That's the problem. I think his first touch is well away from his body. So even if he'd have stood, I mean, that's no excuse. I seriously would have thought that was going to be one that Madley is asked to go and have another look at, if I'm honest with you. So I think Newcastle were very close to, or very lucky, if I'm honest with you, not to conceded one there. Coyote now in the right back again on the press from Hall, who's high up the field. Willock tries to get it into Barnes. Again, Barnes stays high. There's a handball there, to be fair, but the referee's allowed play on. Gilmares loses out to Henderson, who fires it down the line towards Thiago, who's gone on that left-hand side. Sorry, it was Witera down that left-hand side. Willock now driving the ball forward, but again, ball out of his feet too far. And it's just easy for Brentford to take over. Jensen drops it into Henderson, who goes out to Lewis Potter now. Drops it back in for Henry. Henry having to be turned by Murphy, though. Good play that is from Trippier, getting really tight onto Lewis Potter and forces the throw-in high into the Brentford half. So again, it's possession at the minute is all Brentford, 63%. And total passes, they've virtually doubled us, 61 to 34. Again, I go back to East St James's Park, the fortress we used to think it was, where teams just don't play there. Doesn't seem to be anymore.
No, absolutely not. And we are putting on like a bit more of a half press in the last 2-3 minutes. But it's one of those. Brentford just have so many players sort of in mid-range for passes. Even they've just gone long there, tried to go in behind. But there just seems to be someone everywhere they're going for it. And I don't know what it is for Newcastle, but whenever that second ball appears, we just don't seem to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, it's the ball watchers rather than the, they just seem to watch it come down. And like I said, it's criminal for me how you don't get air to ball time, and that's what we always used to work as coaches on. Willock does well down that left-hand side. Again, had the opportunity to try and feed in Harvey Barnes, but decides to bring it inside to Bruno. Tonali picks the ball up again, goes back to Bruno. Bruno, again, just trying to draw players out and find space. Now with Kieran Trippier on the right-hand side. Murphy picks the ball up inside, right position, back out to Trippier. Again, trying to press Brentford further and further back. But again, Brentford have got lots of bodies now in the defensive line. So Newcastle decide to rotate the ball back to Botman. And again, Lewis Hall on that left-hand side. And again, it's just trying to draw Brentford away from their goal in that low press, where Newcastle have been really hard fought to break down in the past, mate.
Yeah, it's one of those. It feels familiar, this game already. But I think what we are seeing is that Brentford, they can be there for the taking. Barnes had that great shot. It wasn't really a chance per se, but they haven't really shown anything just yet that shows they're going to be a massive threat to us. Obviously, every Premier League team is a threat. Even Newcastle, though some might not believe. It is. There are chances there to be created either side, but it's looking okay for Newcastle so far.
Yeah, we've got this free kick now. The Trippier's going to take it around about 45 yards. He's going to bend it in towards that edge of the 6-yard box. And again, as only Brentford can do, he's out for a corner for Newcastle. And again, that's something that Newcastle have forced a lot this year, as we saw earlier, and we read it out. First in the Premier League for corners. So we are getting them high up the field. It just seems to be so lax in front of goal. Goal creation for us at this present moment in time is so poor. And again, it's nice to see some difference within the penalty area. But hey, I certainly like the way Chelsea dealt with Arsenal's plan in the corner kick. Ball comes in now under Kelleher's box. It's coming to Murphy, who deals it in. Oh, Harvey Barnes with a little cheeky back heel, but unfortunately can't direct it on goal, just wide of the post.
Yeah, it's an absolutely great flick from Harvey Barnes. Corner itself on the goalkeeper, as you'd expect, comes to Murphy. It is going miles wide. Barnes does well to get it out of his feet, get a little flick, but it's just wide of the left-hand post. Good chance, though.
Very good chance. Yeah, you're right. And I don't, like I said, it was a cross come shot that was more like a cross because it was not, like you said, from Murphy. It wasn't going to trouble anybody apart from the kebab shop owner. And anyway, Coyote down that right hand side now, doing really well. Witara drops the ball back in, and here we go to the back stick. We've got an overload. Lewis Potter back in. Thiago, and there's two players getting in each other's way there. Talk to one another. Tonali and Hall just trying to do in their own defensive box, literally create themselves so much trouble. Yeah, Kelleher now picks that ball up. Yeah, he certainly did.
He dived in. He completely got it wrong. Otara went past him like he wasn't even there. He's showed a bit of desperation there to try and get back in. The effort's there, but as you say, him and Tonali not communicating almost caused an issue for Newcastle United.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it was a cross from Tonali in the end. Anyway, they are back again at us. Brentford, ball to the back stick, on towards Potter. But again, Trippier just get a head to it. And again, it looked like a foul there. Yeah, it looked like there was a foul, but the referee said, oh, what a crap ball that is from Murphy. Shot on goal, but luckily for us, it's directly on down the throat of Pope. And it's lucky that was from Murphy. That was awful ball across the defensive line. Gives it straight back to a blue shirt in Brentford, which allowed Janelt, I think it was Janelt or Jensen, to get a shot off.
Jensen gets a shot off. But how many times have we seen stuff like that this season where an easy ball can be played? We try and play it across to the other side of the pitch. We try and play like a half crossfield ball, not quite a full one, and it goes straight to an opposition player. It seems to happen once a game at the minute, and it's very annoying.
It's crazy, mate. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, we are in the 17th minute at St James's Park. It's Newcastle 0, Brentford 0. And to be fair, Brentford have probably shaved it at the minute regarding play. They certainly look comfortable on the ball. Newcastle with a throw-in and gives the Trippier into Bruno. Bruno goes down under a little bit of a press there from Jan Alton. It's a free kick on the halfway line. And it's on with Botman now. Lewis Hall over on that left-hand side, up the line to Willock, who has allowed Barnes to come inside to work alongside Wissa, which is, again, quite a nice tactic of Newcastle at the minute. Going more of a 4-4-2.
I'm not liking how basically slow we are to give people options on the ball. You know, Brentford are pressing so well. Bruno wins another free kick there. But it was, I believe, Harvey Barnes on the ball there, played it off to Lewis Hall on the left, but there's three players in front of him. No movement there whatsoever.
Yeah, again, going back to where we were before with Newcastle, you know, we've had 4 shots at goal and not one on target so far. And then you look at Brentford's one and only shot that was on target. And again, that to me is where Newcastle have been criminal this season. Ball comes out to Trippier now on this right-hand side. Trippier looking up to try and get some support. Wissa, I think it's the first time Wissa's had the ball in 18 minutes. Down, oh my days.
Not wrong. Just give it away.
And he's kicked it straight out of play because he was expecting the kebab man to come and pick it up. Christ, honest to God, sometimes that to me, you know, when you think this lad's been with it, I know he's not had much game time, right? But he's been with the club from the start of the season. You can't tell me, even, you know, nursing a poorly knee, he hasn't been looking up what tactics Newcastle play, how they play and things like that. And that to me is criminal. When you see a player just kick the ball, you know, 10 yards in front of the player who's stationary, hasn't made any movement to run in that area. And it's just like, oh, well, I thought about it. You know, oh my days. Bruno again. He's doing his pirouettes. Yeah, absolutely. Scary.
Yeah, Bruno nearly losing it there in the centre midfield. But you're completely right. Like, there is no excuse for not being able to pass it 3 yards to someone stood still right in front of you. And maybe he thought Murphy was going to start making his run and he tried to play it a little bit in front of him. But let's be honest. you can't not have communication with someone 3 yards in front of you. It's baffling.
It's baffling, absolutely. And it's, I suppose, the other thing that's baffling is they obviously didn't give war flags the team news today, because obviously it was a bit of a nice one towards Dan Byrne. It's the boy from Blythe who's on the bench. But again, a nice touch from war flags. So here we go. We are again with Brentford down this right-hand side. And Coyote's made a run. He's put a good ball in that Potter slid on his bum to try and get on the end of, but couldn't quite get hold of it. Henry, again, comes inside. And again, it's Jensen on the edge of the box who's causing us no end of trouble in that 10 slot. And again, it's questionable why Eddie Howe doesn't try this system, because every team so far that has played this system against us seem to create loads of space within that area just outside the box.
Yeah, for me, it's again inexcusable that Coyote can just walk through the defense like that. I know he's a great player. Brought him in from, I think it was Fiorentina and Serie A, but to be able to just basically jog from in the middle third to into the offensive third, nearly into the box, it's absolutely mental.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just like I say, we will go over anybody that gifts memberships at half time when there's an interval or an interlude in the match. We'll do that for you. So just wanted a big shout out to Queenie out there. We will talk about it at half time. Coyote down that right hand side again, high up the field of play for Brentford. Henderson again trying to be the man, just controlling the midfield. Ball comes out to Berg now again. All of the defenders of Brentford camped in the Newcastle half, but Newcastle on a half press do push them back a little bit from the one-man team Wissa, who comes to hunt for that ball. Again, Henderson comes deep to get that ball, plays the ball inside, and again for Janelt, who goes back, and again Tonali literally just pushing up from that midfield with Bruno. Just to try and get them all the way back to Kelleher, who decides to go long. Botman heads the ball high rather than long. And there's a bit of a push from Bruno there on Lewis Potter. And it's a free kick to Brentford on the halfway line.
Yeah, daft little nudge in the back. But again, how many times have we seen this season? Brentford have took the free kick quickly there, straight at Lewis Hall, and Newcastle have a chance to clear, but we're going to play it around from the back. But just as I was saying, how many times this season have we seen Newcastle United with a ball just in the air, in the centre circle, and nobody around it whatsoever? We mentioned it beforehand, and it was prevalent once again.
Yeah, it's a good ball down the line for Willock to chase here. Willock now up against Aja. And again, just trying to get it into the box towards Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall does find himself inside good space, but again, it's out for another corner to Newcastle. Nice play there from Willock, doing that run down that left-hand line. Again, what we said, those midfielders, if the lads are coming deep, have to create that space for us to get the ball out from that defensive third and allow us to turn the opposition around. Because again, that's the only way at times that defenders hate facing their own goal. And like I said, from that little Janelt situation there, it could have gone anywhere. It could have fallen to Lewis Hall, who would have found himself in acres of pace. The ball comes whipping in from Bruno from that corner kick on his right foot again, trying to aim at that near post. It causes no end of problems. And again, two players from Brentford create another corner. So here we go, another corner in the 24th minute. Still 0-0. Bruno to take again on that far side.
That first one nearly snuck in the near post, if anything. It's
exactly
different. Yeah.
Ball again in towards the middle of the post this time. It's at the back. It's a goal! And is it Botman? Botman scored! Get in! Get in! He was free as well, right in that 6-yard box. The ball, as you say, the first one comes to the near post, and it was really struggling Brentford to get clear. The second one eludes a lot of players that had moved to the front stick. Botman's inside the 6-yard area. Don't know whether he hits it clearly, to be fair, but it goes in.
It wasn't clean at all. But it's what Newcastle needed. It's one of those games. It's been a pretty dire game so far for the neutral. Set pieces opened it up. It's whipped in by Bruno Guimaraes. Keeper can't get there. He does try and come. It goes over him. Botman's there, back post. Not uncontended. There's a lot of people in that 6-yard box, but it's an easy header down, and it ends up in the back of the net. Newcastle 1, Brentford 0. That's what we needed.
Ooh. Yeah, we'll do the scoreboard for you in a second, and we'll do. Like I say, it wasn't the cleanest of headers, was it? As it scrapes off the crown of his head into the floor and into the roof of the net. And again, Rico Henry, bless him, was just stationary, didn't challenge. And again, it's poor defending, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rico Henry, left back, not really known for his ability in the air. And when you can get a centre-back onto a full-back in those kind of positions, more often than not, it ends up going well for you. It's who knows what we can do when we don't hoof it to Dan Burn every time or put it on the keeper.
Yeah, exactly. And like, it's nice to see that something positive comes from a set play now and again. It doesn't, again, one of them things. Very strange kickoff from Brentford there, I must admit, launching it forward from Jensen to try and get Newcastle under a bit of pressure. And again, it's Lewis Hall trying to play the ball down the line to Willock, who had given him an opening there, but again, just couldn't keep it in play just inside the Newcastle half. And again, there's an opportunity here for Brentford to hit straight back. And it's a scramble in the box, and it's a save that actually goes out for a throw-in. I don't know whether it was on target, but it was deflected first off, and I think it's Ouattara gets out of his feet, hammers it in. Yeah, it wasn't on target. Again, comes off Botman's toe, up in the air, heading towards Trippier. And again, it was dangerous because Trippier facing his own goal. That could have gone anywhere. So Popey gets his hand to it, and he does clear it for a throw into Brentford, deep in the Newcastle half. And here we go. Janelt now picks the ball up, and it's Jensen outside the box, who again, it's a commentator's curse when I says Brentford won't shoot outside the box. Well, that's all they've done so far.
Yeah, but it hasn't worked out, has it? So maybe, maybe, they should have paid attention and gone, oh, you know what? We shouldn't do that, actually. We should stick to what we know. Although, we've been criticising Newcastle for doing exactly that and not taking the risks. So, you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. But I've just seen there, Sven Botman has the gold 100 on the centre of his shirt. Lovely little touch there.
Great little touch. Ball goes long from Botman into the Brentford R. Again, it's contested in there, but it's only half contested, and it's back into the Newcastle half, and Tonali gets a toe on it, and it goes out. And there you go. We've got Jessica shouting, Harvey Barnes will tear you apart again. I hope Harvey Barnes gets them arrows out of his back 3 times today. I think Newcastle deserve a decent performance. And even if it ain't a decent performance, I think it got, a score line, a decent score line today will brim them with confidence going forward into the week of a lot of fixtures. So here we go.
100%. I need to feel comfortable on one of these commentaries. I've been doing them for a month and 6 days. I don't think I've had a commentary yet where I've gone, we're comfortable in the win here. It's either we get battered or we win it late on, and the emotions are too high. So a nice composed one will do me.
The only time I actually felt comfortable was the 5-1 hammering against Man City, where you just know it's just relaxed. It's just like, well, it is what it is. That's a great crossfield ball there to Harvey Barnes. The arrow man comes inside to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall drives in towards the box. Cross the box. Oh, dear God. Oh, off the line. Oh, and Murphy follows up, and it's deflected behind for a corner. But Wissa, so close to getting a goal against his old side there.
Yeah, it might have been his second touch of the game, but it was nearly one that went in the back of the net. And brilliant from Lewis Hall to get there, cut it back. I think is it Bruno who could potentially knock it in? Yeah, it's Bruno who is the closest from when Kelleher pushes it out, but it's too close to him to react. Wissa gets a toe on it, sends it towards goal, and it's brilliantly cleared off the line.
Yeah, so it's Trippier now with his corner into the box. It's going to be an outswinger from this side now. Again, driven towards the edge of the box, towards Tonali, who hits it first time. And again, it's just deflected out for another corner. The pressure's on. The cooker's boiling.
Yeah, I saw the outswinger there, and I was thinking, what we're going to do here? And then I see it go towards the end of the box, and I'm going, what? We never
Love
do
it.
anything like this. So, look, I'm happy. I don't like them being on the goalkeeper the entire time. I think Kelleher's a pretty capable goalkeeper as well. So it's good to know we've got
Absolutely.
something else in the locker.
He looks under pressure. The ball coming in again under the bar. And again, it's dealt with by Aya, who gets it over the bar again for another corner. This is like pressure cooker time for Brentford at the minute. Again, will their heads drop if they concede another? You know, we're on 30 minutes, 1-0 to Newcastle at St James's Park. And to be fair, could be 2 or 3.
Yeah, 100%. Newcastle have had the better of the chances. Brentford haven't played badly at all, let's be honest. But the chances being created, it is all on Newcastle's side so far.
Ball comes in again. Kelleher punches, but only to Tonali, who hits it into the ground, and the bounce takes it over the bar. Unlucky. He connected well, but again, he pushed it into the floor too hard. But again, you can see it's a tactic that Newcastle have been working on, with Tonali now sitting around the edge of the box to run onto balls. Anything loose there, we know what type of shot that lad's got. Unfortunately, not really had a clear shot at goal yet, but I'm sure it'll come if they keep pressing the button.
No,
Don't
to
forget-
me that tells you if you've got someone who can strike a ball, that lines it up. You know, you get someone, maybe a number 10 in, who is all he can do is just smash a ball from outside the box. They get 8-9 goals a season just from those situations.
Absolutely. Again, Eddie Howe looks a little bit more relaxed than he did at the Etihad. The ball now with Henry down this left-hand side, throws it in towards Thiago again, who's been pretty quiet. Trippier goes over, and Ouattara, who's come over from the right-hand side to the left-hand side to try and overload, has been, again, again, this is another thing that I've seen with opposite opponents to Newcastle. Always changing the wingers over throughout. If they're not getting any advancement down the left-hand side, they'll go down the right-hand side. Newcastle are so stationary. Ball trying to find Willock there, but goes straight through to Kelleher. Unlucky from
Right,
Bruno.
the poor execution in the end. But the amount he gets right, I can forgive him that.
Absolutely. Ball again rushed. And again, it's Botman who picks up that ball, feeds it in to Bruno, who feeds it alongside there to Hall, who's high up the field of play, creating those overloads on the inside left position. Tonali now picks the ball up on the halfway line. And again, Bruno just plays it back to Chow to try and draw Brentford out of that deep roll and give Pope now ball back to Chow. Chow now looks up, gives it into Trippier. Ouattara now playing on the left-hand side with Lewis Potter on the right-hand side. And again, there's too much closeness from Henry into the back of Murphy, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Bit of a breathing space.
Yeah, one of the main things I'm noticing from the difference between this game and the game at Brentford, we've scored the first goal in both, but the attitude after scoring the first is so different. Obviously, down there, we sat back and prayed that they wouldn't score. It was all we could do because we certainly weren't doing any defending. But today, still on the front foot, still trying to get another goal. It's good to see because it's what we used to see a bit more this time of the season in previous years. Hopefully, that doesn't come back to bite me and Brentford hit one the break. But it's much nicer to see than what we've seen for a lot of this season.
Yeah, exactly. Henry there just forcing the ball forward. It's come out to Bruno. Now Wissa now got to run on the goal. Wissa got Willock. Again, he's stopped by one player there. There's two players trying to get into the same space. And again, Thiago's having a bit of a mare to start with, I must admit. Murphy now picks the ball up on the right-hand side. Trippier picks the ball and again looking for options. Plays it into Wissa, who again tries to pull the ball onto Murphy, who'd running behind, but again didn't quite come off. Thiago now with a half turn. Jensen sees the ball down that right-hand side now. And Potter picks this ball up again. Feiced up by Hall, again trying to take on Hall, who's giving him no space whatsoever down that right-hand side. Plays the ball back to Coyote. Coyote inside now. Brentford trying to, again, create a little bit of an opportunity. Possession in front of us, but nothing behind us, which is good for me until half-time.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think it's got to the point now where I'm used to every time a team comes forward, me expecting them to do something. So the fact we got those players there and they don't look too threatened as of the 33rd minute, I think we're all right.
Yeah, you're right. Again, Brentford just holding on to the ball on the halfway line. Again, just trying to draw Newcastle out of that position. And again, they just go all the way back with Berg to Kelleher on the half press from Wissa. But again, they've gone long looking for Thiago. But again, Chow seems to be the man who's soul marking Thiago out the game at the minute. Not really had a kick of the ball in any danger area. Again, I don't hope that's a commentator's curse, and that continues. Again, Harvey Barnes playing more narrower alongside Wissa. It's very much set up in a 4-4-2, which is allowing Louis Saul all that space down that left-hand side to come and work alongside Willock. And at this present moment in time, the left-hand side looks very dangerous for Newcastle. Good turn there from Willock. Inside now to Harvey Barnes. Again, jostled by Henderson. Yeah, and he loses the ball. Henry now goes back to Kelleher. But again, it's nice play from Newcastle at times. But again, it's just, to me, a touch too much at times. And they close the space that they've created in one essence. And there's a great run here from the back line from Newcastle. Aya gets a ball out to Potter. He's run 70, 80 yards there, Aya, from his own half. And nobody got anywhere near him. He just picks the ball up, sees an opening, and it literally was like Moses parting the waves, runs towards the 25-yard mark, plays it in Potter, who crosses the ball first time. But Louis Saul gets his foot to it, and it's out for a corner kick. But again, it's the way to release that pressure from your team when you go on them 80-yard runs. But he's blowing a little bit as we speak from doing it.
Yeah, that's the issue is that I think Tonali tries to cut the passing lane. That doesn't work at all. And then as soon as Tonali's not there to press him, he just has a free roam.
Ball comes in. And again, it's poor clearance from Bruno. Back out to where it come from. He's megged, but Botman should be able to clear this, and he does. He clears it high back into the half of Brentford. And it's Rico Henry, who heads it back to Kelleher, who's well outside his box. And again, it's
no one pressing. What's going on?
Now everybody's sitting back, defending this 1-0, and we know how bad that is. We tear it down the left-hand side, puts it into the box. It's a free header! Oh, my God. And that's all come from the Janelt, who scores the goal. It all come from Aya's massive run through the middle. And we've not really settled from that. It was cleared into their own half, the Brentford half, and they've recycled the ball really well out to this left-hand side with Uitera, who throws a beautiful ball into the edge of the 6-yard box. And Janelt just heads it back across Pope, and it goes into the far corner.
Yeah, we were literally just saying Newcastle have responded well. The different from our own goal, literally the main difference has been we haven't just sat back. Since I've said that, I don't think we've had more than 2 touches of the ball put together. Every single time it seemed like it was just going straight to Brentford. Great cross in, and it's a free header. It's a good header down into the corner. But if you can't hold on to the ball and sort of manage these situations, you're really not going to go anywhere in the Premier League.
No, Botman should have done better for me in that one. I mean, that was his man, and he seemed as though he'd lost Janelt all ends up there. He'd come off his shoulder and he couldn't react. And again, that's the problem coming back from a long-term injury. You're just not at speed of the races at times. And like I say, he was nowhere near it, was he?
No, cross. Absolutely not. It's all to do once again, from a stupid couple of minutes, Brentford level, all of the good work Newcastle did in the first 30 minutes gone within 5 minutes. And how many times have we said that this season?
Absolutely. So it's St James's Park 1-1 now in the 38th minute. And again, this is going to be a corner kick, I think. Yeah, corner kick. Deflection there from Louis Saul's cross. So again, let's see if we can put it straight back at them. I mean, to me, it's like I say, it's criminal how we cleared the lines, and then literally from that clearance, we just seemed, like you said, there was no press. It was like we were all on the beach, crazy at times.
You compliment the attitude, and then they can't keep a hold of the ball. They're just happy to give it away and start again, and that's not good enough at all.
Yeah, and Tonali just gets the corner into an area that everybody had vacated on that back stick. And again, why didn't Murphy just sneak in there just to try and, even if it takes a defender with him, it doesn't matter. If you just sneak in there and gamble that the ball's going to fall to you. I think sometimes we are so stationary when it comes to that ball in the air, like you said before. We just don't seem to, even walk towards that space, never mind anything else. Here we go. So we are still looking at getting Brentford now with Potter running in the middle. And again, he's fouled by Tonali around about 30 yards out, which isn't great. Again, Newcastle under a bit of a half press. Doesn't really give anything. He's not running towards goal, but Tonali just sticks a toe out and he falls over. Again, it's a dangerous area, this one, but I think it's probably a little bit too far to have a direct shot. But we'll see. When your confidence is high, sometimes you fall in Burton's window, you do fall in a suit.
Yeah, it should be too far, but knowing the way we play teams have been against us, a thundercracker into the top corner wouldn't surprise me at all. Or one just in front of Pope that he spills. So you're never safe from these kind of situations, particularly, they say when you have a bad season, everything goes against you. This is one of those seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Popey just trying to orchestrate his wall, and it looks like Brentford have figured something out here. They're working a 3-man show here around the ball with Henderson. Yeah, it looks like Henderson's going to be running over the ball, and Potter runs up to it, does hammer it at the wall, to be fair. It's deflected back. It's now played into the back stick. It's headed towards Pope, who comes and claims that one. But again, it wasn't in a dangerous area. It was a loopy header that was more of a cross, to be fair. I don't know where that's gone from, Lewis Hall. Trippier does well to track back, and there was some shape on that ball when Lewis Hall crossed that ball. Plays the ball inside to Bruno.
Swerve in the wrong direction, wasn't
it? It was. Bruno runs towards the halfway line. Brentford just retreating again, just to try and keep this to a draw before half-time. I think would be a good result for them. Going in with Keith Andrews, his team talk will change. Chow
it's certainly been made easier, hasn't it?
Yeah, to Murphy. Back out to Trippier on the halfway line, who goes all the way back to Malik Chow and then back to Pope. And again, a 3-man press from Brentford. It's out to Botman on that left-hand side of the box. Now, Lewis Hall picks the ball up again. He's a bit lax in playing that ball out, to be fair to Willock. It allows time for Brentford to try and get out of the ball. And again, Bruno couldn't really get the ball out of his feet. He's challenged, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle. It's thrown in quickly by Bruno to Botman. Bruno again back to Botman. Botman down the line to Lewis Hall. Hall looks up looking for Harvey Barnes, plays it inside. And again, it's nice football, but just not in the right lanes for Newcastle. Harvey Barnes into Hall. Hall fizzes it up towards Willock, and it was just the wrong side of Willock who was being pressed by a Brentford player. I could see the idea and how it was going to develop. It was just wrong. And again, I don't think Lewis Hall has had a great start of this game, to be fair.
No, he hasn't had a great game, but to be honest, there's a few like that, I think, in the opening stages. I think it's one of those, they do try and press quite high in the corners of the pitch, but Newcastle have won it back high here.
Yeah, Tonali. Gets it across the box, and again, it's a poor ball, but again, Brentford get it up the field of play really quickly, and Thiago. Now there's a 3-on-3 against Brentford and Newcastle. Witara now into the box. Witara, he puts Trippier on his bum. Witara plays it back into Jensen. Jensen, there's a handball there. I think they're claiming it's a penalty against Malik Chow. There you go.
So not Jacob Murphy, I think it might be. I think just the way he was running back.
You're right.
Yeah,
it probably looks like, and there's a yellow card to Murphy as well.
So he thinks that's deliberate, I guess, in that case. Because
let's have a look.
There's much he could do, but let's see.
Oh, I must admit, his arm. Yeah, his arm's away from his body, and he does look like he's pulling his arm towards, because of the way his shoulders drop towards the floor. But it's poor play from Newcastle regardless. That was a goal, even if it had missed Murphy, because it would have gone into that right-hand side of the netting. So, it's like I said, it's just poor play. I mean, how we can go on the attack and on the edge of the box, right? They've got this one ball. It goes under. It goes between a player's legs. Then it goes literally across the box. There's a half press. It's cleared up to the halfway line, and then you have runners. And this is what we were saying before the show. You've got to be careful of the runners that run late. It was 3-on-3. Ball up to Thiago, who dropped in deep. Again, as we said, he's on the half turn, and he just plays the ball into space for the runners to run into. 3-on-3 at St James's Park. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, they're checking the penalty. They are checking the penalty. They're not checking for a handball. They are checking for a red card. Sorry. So that tells you VAR doesn't think it's deliberate. Because if it's a deliberate handball, I think they give the red card. They are checking and clearing. They're going to check.
You watch this now. Look at the runs here. Where's the midfielders again? There's only Murphy who's ran back from that offensive thing. Look, we've got literally... Ouattara puts Trippier on his backside. Then he plays it into the penalty spot. And again, there's nobody anywhere near Janssen who has a free shot on target. All our lads are stood on the edge of the 6-yard box. Penalty
stands. Yeah. I'm not sure why they were looking, to be honest. It didn't.
No, mate. I don't know why they were looking for so long, if I'm honest with you.
No, absolutely not. I think as soon as you see it hits his hand, you can say, oh, yeah, it's a penalty. I wouldn't have said... it was a yellow card, but they can't overturn that bit. No. But a big moment for Nick Pope now against Igor Thiago. It looks like. And they're
crazy. Absolutely crazy. A little bit of play over these last couple of minutes. I must admit, it's been, a team that looked as though they could go on to score 2 or 3. To a team now conceding potentially 2 goals in 10 minutes. How a game can turn.
All over again.
Yeah, how a game can turn. But the midfield, mate, again, you look at where you are when a team's breaking like that. Crazy. Thiago, again, just places the ball against Nick Pope. But in the 46th minute of 4 minutes added on, he runs up now, stutters, but he's put it in the left-hand side. 2-1 Brentford.
Yeah, sends Nick Pope the wrong way. And as soon as he does that, there's no chance he's missing. Decent penalty. It was going in even if Jacob Murphy didn't get his hand onto it. I know it wasn't deliberate, but 2-1 Brentford, end of the first half, which when you consider Newcastle were in the ascendancy 10 minutes ago, it feels all too familiar.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And again, it's just like... it's too much of a same pattern for me. Like I say, your midfield, when you're a goal to the good and you lose your goal, what you can't do is commit that cardinal sin by just committing all those bodies forward, hoping you're going to get something. There's still got to be some, stability towards that back line. And again, why aren't we following the runners? What is it with runners of the opposition where we just allow them to run past us? I just can't understand it. That, to me, is Sunday League football. It's not what I want to see at Newcastle at all. Chow now picks the ball up on this right-hand side. Ball comes up towards Trippier, but again, it's a poor pass into Murphy from Trippier, and it gives Brentford the chance to win a throw-in. 2-1 up now, Brentford, in the 48th minute. The 17th goal of the season for Thiago.
That's the thing. Beyond the balance of play, you wouldn't say it's deserved, but it's another one of those opportunities where Newcastle have had the better of the first half, but they're going behind. Look likely to go in behind, unless of a miracle in the next 2-3 minutes. I don't know what it is, but it just for some reason we started sitting back.
Again, I don't know what it is about Trippier's face, but nobody likes it. He's got another whack in the face there. Do you want to do that one, buddy?
Yeah, it's Trippier just watching it again there. Throw-in comes in. Trippier goes to head it. It's Ouattara, I believe it is. Gets the just catches Trippier in the face as he's going in. The free kick's coming in now. It's bounced, and it's Newcastle have given away a free kick straight away. I don't know what exactly it was. I think for a push. But Johan Wissa, edge of the box with the defender, gets the ball, didn't really see all too much wrong with it, but I'm sure they'll show us a replay and there'll be something incredibly obvious.
Yeah, thank you to Sapir Ode for the 199. How out took us as far as he can. Bye. Fans aren't happy with what they're seeing, mate, to be fair.
No, I think that's the thing. You go in 1-0 up. I think, you can sit there and go, right, it's been a decent performance, but Brentford are still in it. 2-1 down from what we've seen. It's baffling because it feels like they've had 2 decent attacks and they've scored from both of them.
Yeah, crazy. As we speak, the ball now down on this left-hand side with Henry, plays the ball back. And again, it's just all too easy for Yanalt to get the ball forward in towards Thiago. But again, Balik Chow does see the ball back. And again, Thiago now goes. The golden boot standing, he's gone to second with 17 for the Premier League.
Third with 12 was Haaland, and first with 20th. With Haaland's form, you wouldn't put it past Thiago to actually go above him by the end of the season.
Well, I wouldn't say with Haaland's form. I think it's more Pep's not willing to put him in the side. It's a Pope with a free kick outside the box here now. And again, he goes long, thumps the ball in the air, and that's it. The referee gives the call for half-time. He's seen enough, and so have we.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes ago, you're sitting there and you're thinking, okay, 1-1, you go in half-time, it's not too bad. 5 minutes before that, you're thinking, all right, we're in the lead. As long as we don't throw it away, this is great. And now it's a case of you could be 6 points behind Brentford going into the game against Spurs, and these were the 2 that you had to win. And we've got 45 minutes left to save that because, well, 2-1 down. Whether we deserve it or not, I'll leave that to the chat.
Absolutely. Again, let's just go and say thank you to Queen of Heart, who gifted 5 memberships just before we started the live watch along, and they went out to Dennis Polachin, Jimmy Owens, Crispy Bacon, like that one, Johnny NUFC 84, Kian 67. There you go. And like I say, right at the end, guys, for doing us a favour, if you can, if you would love to thank Queenie back, I think there would be nothing more or a better thank you than to renew your memberships once they are obviously they're over. If you could renew it, that helps us as a channel. We are certainly wanting to bring you a lot more. And obviously, right at the end there, we had Sapir Road with the 199. Thanks ever so much, buddy, with a how out. Took us as far as he could. Thanks for that, lads. I am just going to nip off for a second, buddy. If you can, just do the rest of it for me. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. So just go through some of the stats from the game so far. XG, Newcastle have a flat, well, I was going to say a flat 1, but 0.97 to Brentford's 1.55. Obviously, half of that coming from the penalty. There's been 8 shots from Newcastle to Brentford's 6. 2 shots on target to Brentford's 3. But the thing that gets me, 9 touches inside the opposition box for Newcastle and 14 to Brentford. I don't mind having less possession than these kind of teams, but to have less touches inside the box shows that attacking intent isn't quite there. And you can really see who wants it more. Every time it goes into midfield, I think we've pretty much dominated if you look at corners and stuff like that. But realistically, in regards to how the game's gone, Brentford started well. We obviously had the best chance starting off with Harvey Barnes. Great effort. We've grew into the game. We've looked the better team. And for some reason, around 32, 33 minutes, even though we're ahead, we start pushing on. We start trying to get the second. Wissa has one cleared off the line. And then Brentford go up the other end. Don't even try to hold on to the ball. They're still playing direct, but every time it's just coming out to a Newcastle player and they're just hoofing it clear and hoping for the best. Not able to hold on to the ball. Brentford make them punish. Brentford punish them, and they make it 2-1 in the latter stages. That eager Thiago penalty in a game where Newcastle, realistically, we did need to win. If we do end up in a situation now where we lose this game, we're 6 points behind Brentford and Liverpool. Hard one to pull back. as I mentioned at the start of the game, Newcastle do tend to come good at this stage of the season, but we just don't look like doing it so far. And the only solace you can really take at this point is Sunderland lost, Fulham lost, Bournemouth drew, Brighton haven't played yet, Spurs lost as well. So I think Brighton and Palace is the game tomorrow. But Brighton could go above us and we could be sat in 13th place. And not gonna lie, when you're losing games against the likes of Brentford at home, and I know Brentford are better this season, they are pretty decent. But when you see West Ham picking up 3 wins and 4, and you're only 10 points ahead of them, there are going to be moments where you start to look back and think, are the teams there actually capable of catching up with us? Because I didn't think so. I don't think Forest are capable, if I'm completely honest, which will be the other one for me in that bottom 3 come the end of the season with Wolves and Burnley, it is. So I don't think there's any worries there, but it's certainly a lot closer than what it realistically should be. And I mentioned earlier, none of us, there won't be a single Newcastle fan happy with that current league position. But there was always the hope of, and I don't want to even say hope, the belief of, let's be honest, it can't get any worse. Because, let's be honest, we've been playing pretty poor at times, but last 3 games, 2 heavy losses in there, either side of the Paris Saint-Germain game, another loss here, and it's more Newcastle looking down than looking up, and that's not what we want at all. What do you think so far, though, Gary? Has it been enough to show you that we can get back into the game and we can still win it? Or do you think it's maybe time we start looking at Brentford, Brighton, Tottenham and Palace behind us?
If I'm honest with you, there's like I say, I have to. I mean, I know people are saying about the 35-year-old right back in the chat. I've just seen there from JRWS why we've got a 35-year-old started at right back. I mean, there's been a lot of talk in the early part of the chat about what we should have done in this January window, and again, this team reminds me of so much of a team that just needs freshening up. It just needs something new to happen. And again, we've seen where players, Wissa, not really reading Murphy. Then you have Tonali doing exactly the same. In other teams, obviously, he's expecting a player to be another 5 yards further forward. To me, when you're losing games and you're losing the way forward, and it's the little things that seem to hit home more than anything else, and it highlights all of the mistakes rather than all the good things that they've tried to do in that first half. There was signs to say that there was a job. It was a good tactic. It was going to work. We were pressing and pressing and pressing. We end up getting a goal. Wasn't the best goal in the world, to be fair. Comes off the crown of his head, but it's a goal. You think by then it would be a case of let's just support that situation as we go forward now. Now, the first goal for me all came from a centre-back picking the ball up and running 80 yards. Now, that wasn't the creation of the goal, but what it did, it showed that they were willing to take the ball from one end of the park to the other. It takes the pressure off you, and literally, on the return of our clearance from that corner, we just didn't get the shape right in the team, and they were able to recycle the ball down to the left-hand side. And again, Trippier was nowhere near trying to stop that ball from Witera. Is that a crime? Are we looking at that as the sole problem? Well, to me, Botman should have done a hell of a lot better in the middle of the park. That is Botman's man. There should never have been a free header on the edge of the 6-yard box to come back back across Popey. So again, there's always going to be little things for me that create the problems, and I just don't think Botman at one end gets a goal, then great, but he concedes another one for me at the other end. And then the second goal come from press from ourselves. It goes between a Brentford leg on the edge of their own box. It gets squared over to Aya, who plays a ball up to the halfway line, literally under the press from a lot of black and white shirts. Thiago gets the ball out of his feet, and he's only got one thing in mind, and that's just to play the ball forward, off on the turn, and we just don't pick up the runners. And that, to me, is, like I said, I've never seen a midfield, and this is the gospel truth in this system, I have never seen a midfield as wide open as we are. I mean, honestly, I just don't understand what he does in training. And to me, it's a case of, we can go back to the Kevin Keegan days where I don't mind conceding 3 as long as we score 4. Have we got four goal scorers in this team? That's what would be my worry. You know what I mean? Yes, concede goals if you've got goal scorers the other end, and I just don't see it. This is going to be a difficult game going forward in the second half.
Yeah, 100%. I think the one thing I wanted to sort of pick up on, obviously you've done a bit more of an analysis of the game there. Obviously there was boos at the end of that first half. Now, I've been in that stadium when the fans think the referee's done a poor job, and Newcastle have done a poor job, and it's been portrayed on Sky and stuff that it was boos for Eddie Howe when it's been boos for the referee. But what do you think this time? Because for me, it's a Stonewall penalty. The ref hasn't had a bad game. But do you think the fans in that stadium are booing the side, or do you think they're booing the referee?
Listen, like I said, you've only got to look in the first 2 minutes of the game where Trippier pulls on the arm of a Brentford player. I think it was Lewis Potter in the box. Yeah. It should have been given. There was no reason 100%. Why that wasn't given, to be fair. So if they're booing the referee, they've got a very short memory. I'm the only one with that excuse, if I'm honest with you. Let's have a look at this one. Let it just come through. From Peter Merrifield. Thank you, Peter. Hi, Gary and Michael. If we change the manager, do you think players like Bruno will stay?
I don't think it makes much of a difference, personally.
I from what I see at the minute and what I feel at the minute, Michael, and thank you so much for your contribution towards the channel, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do feel that when they say you're sold the project, I think Newcastle have been so stuck in their way over recent months that I think a lot of players now that were bought in because they believe the project may no longer believe where Newcastle are heading. And that's what it feels like to me at the minute. It just feels as though the lads are out there doing a job. They're getting paid to do a job, but their want to win doesn't seem to be there anymore. And whatever tactics Eddie has set up for this game, it certainly hasn't gone through the channels. You talk about lost in translation and whatever. I've never seen like I said, I've never seen a midfield as poor as this. And so you talk about the referee getting booed. I think there was I think in all honesty, from what I've seen so far, a lot of that boos would have been towards the boss. We've said it's only a matter of time before the fans start to realise, we can't afford to be Manchester United. We can't afford to be Tottenham, where they had a drop off. Don't forget, Tottenham Hotspur won a European competition and still sacked the manager, because of what was happening.
Because they finished, 16th though?
Yeah.
It was that worst.
Hey, Michael, we are 12th. Yeah, we are 12th.
We could realistically end up there, 100%.
And that was going to be one of my questions to the chat, if I may. If Newcastle do a Man U or a Tottenham this year and finish lower than when Eddie Howe opened his tenure, which was the 11th, surely that isn't a team that's going forward. That is a team regressing.
Oh, well, I mean, I've said this ever since I joined the channel, to be honest. If we don't finish top half this season, he should be gone at the end of the campaign. And I think there's a moment this season, I think, where you look at the games and go, right, feasibly, maybe we don't finish in that top half. And if that is the case, I'd say, I'm not saying sack him straight away, but when it reaches a point where you go, you know what, we don't look like getting anywhere near Europe, why wait? But it all depends on who the next manager is in the project. If the next manager in the project is Thomas Tuchel, let's say, for example, he's not going to be available till July anyways. So
No, exactly.
what is the point in sacking Eddie Howe when you're only realistically going to bring in, I don't know, they'll probably give it Tyndall till the end of the season or something. If the next person in the project is, I don't know, a Terzic who's free, I want to say Xavi, but I don't think he'd come.
No.
If it's players like that, managers like that, sorry, then sure, you can go for it and do it early. But realistically, I think most of our targets, from a managerial standpoint, will only leave their clubs at the end of the season. So for us, for me, depending on who you want, you've got to wait till the end of the season. But yeah, I think the only way he can stay in his job, for me, Eddie Howe, is if we get Europe. Because that's the aim. It was top 6 consistently every year once we make Europe. We failed 2 years ago. We finished 7th. Get Europe every year, should I say. And he probably got kept in the job because of how good of a job he did the year before. This time round, I know we won a cup, and I know we've got Champions League twice. Excellent achievements. But in the Saudis' plan, I don't think I see 12th, 13th, 14th, 10th, wherever we finish, even on page 1.
No, you're right, mate. Thanks, Andy Bell. Jordan Henderson runs from centre-back to edge of box. Was that Jordan Henderson? I thought that was Asia that made the run. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't have happened. Uncontested run from back to front. Like I say, started the change. Looks like there's a double change happening in the game.
On, that's Wissa and Voltemada.
Yeah, they're going double up top by the looks of it. And like I say, it doesn't surprise me because they will need to get something up there. Who's gone off then? Did it say?
No, I haven't seen yet, but just before we get in, Wazza with a super chat there. Wissa drop off, Walt drop off, and Ramsey drop offs. But we'll see who it is. Alanga on there as well. Voltemada.
Yeah, so Alanga and Voltemada's on. Harvey Barnes is still there. So who's
Murphy,
gone off?
It
looks like Willock and Murphy, I think it is. They've gone more to a 4-4-2, hasn't it? Yeah. So there you go. It's going to be an interesting one. So we're off. And the ball again goes down to this right-hand side. Lewis Hall's left back clears over the head. But again, it's fallen only to a blue shirt. Bruno does well to contest that ball. Ball up towards Alanga. But again, he's got his slippers on. Can't keep control of that ball. But the ball is back with Pope. Out to Chow now. And again, Trippier just down the line to try and get Alanga in. But again, it looks like the ball has gone out of play for a Newcastle throw-in. Oh, Jesus. Voltemada, again, just can't even control a bloody throw-in. But it has come to Newcastle. Ball from Bruno out towards Harvey Barnes. Overhit again. Can you understand what I'm saying, though? A ball is coming into you, right? He's put his studs up to put his foot on the ball, and it goes straight underneath him. It just shows that the team haven't got the basics at the minute. Never mind the chance of scoring bloody goals. If you can't control a ball on the halfway line, honest to God, these players that he's brought in aren't any better than bloody Wilson that we let go for a free.
Yeah, it's a mental one because genuinely, if we were, let's say, a division below, every single one of those signings would probably be amazing. We'll come into the Premier League, and I know there's a massive difference in quality. Ball into the box there from Brentford, long throw, but cleared easily by Newcastle.
Can Alanga get on this? It's Coyote who gets it back to Jensen. Again, Jensen just goes up towards our box. And again, it's just really non-contested. But then Henderson, Aya again fouling. I mean, this is what Brentford do really well. They leave their centre-backs high up the field with Henderson, and they just lump it towards the edge of the box, and they want to win that second ball. That's all they're aiming to do. They're not really interested in winning the first ball, but they know Newcastle aren't very good defensively on clearing the lines. Voltemada, again, picks the ball up. He does well to find Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes feeds it into Wissa, but again, he's back to goal. He plays it back to Lewis Hall. Again, back to Wissa, who jigs it into the box towards Murphy. It's come back to Alanga. Alanga digs it towards the 6-yard box, but it's headed clear by Brentford. But I think it's going to be offside. and it's all the pressure off Brentford.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's the wrong idea there. That Wissa run should be used more as a diversion, I think. Don't get me wrong, it's a decent run, but he's running into no man's land. Realistically, you've got to use that run to try and create yourself a little bit of space, particularly an attacking player in that position. But it's positive signs at the start of the half. Voltemada's done probably more in the first minute than I've seen from him in a couple of games, but that's not really
Newcastle, third time in the Premier League this season after trailing at half-time, scoring opening goal 2 more times than any other side. There you go.
So that tells you we capitulate at the end of the first half in almost every game.
What a poor clearance from Kelleher, only to Elanga, who's down the right-hand side, faced off by Henry. He gets the ball into the box towards that back, and Coyote gets it clear, and Bruno can't get the control. And again, Thiago on the press, and Botman feeds it all the way back to Pope, who feeds it out to the left-hand side to Hall. Again, a lot of press from Brentford, who again, Hall doesn't do himself any favours there, gives the ball straight back to Brentford, and Henderson goes back to Kelleher, who again goes down to that left-hand side of the box to Berg. Again, Brentford, you look at the way Brentford are playing these days, and just a little, I mean, you could see it coming, couldn't you? He was waiting for a touch from Elanga, goes to the floor, and they've got a free kick straight away.
That's the way of the Premier League these days, isn't it? Every team seems to do it.
Oh, yes.
We just seem to be fooled more often than any into just making that silly little shoulder into the back. Happens far too often for my liking.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it looks very much now like Newcastle have gone to a 4-2-4 formation at the minute. And again, still not really under any control, with Bruno now picking the ball up again, looking for that burst of pace from Elanga. But again, I don't even think if Elanga was a greyhound would have got that ball. And it's easy for Brentford to get the ball back. And it's now back with Kelleher, having used and utilised his left back, and Janelt. Harvey Barnes again trying to find Hall down the left-hand side, but again, it's Henderson who gets the ball clear. And it's just, like I said, any threat that comes Brentford's way, there doesn't seem to be enough black and white shirts to cover the space that the ball over the top has created. It's just one or two bodies that are bursting forward at the time. And like I say, it's not good enough, if I'm honest with you, to try and get this game back into contention. Newcastle have to do more creatively if they're going to get anything out of this game. Ball up towards Voltemada again. He gets his foot over it. Wissa this time. There's a great ball out from Wissa to Trippier. There's a ball into the box there, and they're all shouting for handball from Henry. But I think that was it looked like the midriff to me, to be fair.
Yeah,
but they're going to be looking at it.
If it hits any bit of the arm, it's given, because he leans into it. But I think he leans enough that it does hit him maybe on the chest.
Yeah, I think he does.
For me, it's not a point for me, actually.
No.
Crossing by Trippier.
It's nowhere near his arm. It's nowhere near his arm. I mean, what are they moaning at, for God's sake?
You can see if anything, it hits that sort of area between the arm and the shoulder, but it's definitely more chest.
I mean, I could see it from here. Why are they asking for something that just ain't anywhere near the arm?
Desperation. Although they're being told to wait. This isn't going to be given. Why are we...
It's a corner.
Yeah, I was going to say. Why is it taking so long?
No idea. Anyway, it's a corner kick to Newcastle. So let's see what comes from this. Are we seeing another Trippier drive towards the edge of the box and Tonali volley? Well, let's see. Again, there's some height in there now with Big Volt. Doesn't mean a thing, though.
No, there's height, but no physicality, really.
Oh, Jesus. Well, there you go. Voltemada comes on and we can't beat first man. That seems to be the run of the mill. Lewis Hall has taken a gamble there, but he does well to get the ball up and over the top, because if they hadn't, there was a break on here. 2-on-2 again at the back with Brentford, but Tonali does get the ball up to Harvey Barnes. And again, it was Bruno rushing the ball forward, and it was to nobody in particular, to be fair. No. And it's, again, looks a lot of frustration against Newcastle players. The game just isn't flowing their way at the minute, Michael.
No, but they've only got themselves to blame. Like, it's the midfield players that look the most frustrated, and they're the ones that, were nowhere to be seen for either goal. So for me, they've got the only people that can be frustrated are themselves.
Yeah, but look where they're pushing Bruno there with 3 blue shirts and not a black and white shirt looking for him. Ball down the line now for Wissa to run onto from Lewis Hall. But again, it's too easy for Brentford to get that ball back and play it in from Ayer to Kelleher, and he gets it back. And again, they're far away from the play and now press on the Brentford players from Newcastle. Ball goes long up towards Witara, and Thiago again. Chow does really well to defend that one, though. Feeds it into Tonali. Tonali has seen Trippier with a run down that right-hand side. Trippier sees a Langer inside the box now, down on that right-hand side. Back to Trippier. Digs it into the box towards that back stick. Harvey Barnes with a header. I thought the arrows were coming, just wide. Better.
Yeah, better for Newcastle. It seems like that spell just before Brentford got their first goal. Every second ball seems to be going to Newcastle now. But the question is, why couldn't we do this before? Why does it take a boot up the bottom, should we say, from at half time for us to come back into the game again? Because that last 15 minutes, last 15 minutes, absolutely appalling. We didn't see any of this.
No, exactly.
But Brentford making a change.
Yarmouk's coming on.
And he's changed it straight away.
Yeah, well, that's what I said, because we've changed our system and it looks like Yarmouk is going to come on. So Bruno picks the ball up again, trying to feed in Wissa around the corner, but that's too close to the keeper. And Kelleher's just going to pick that one up. 4 touches he had, Wissa, in the first half.
You don't mind if he puts one of them in the back of the net, but that doesn't seem to happen very often.
Yeah, 4 touches in the 6-yard box is a little bit different, isn't it? It's
absolutely.
Like there's opportunities coming your way. But anyway, Henry gets lost in possession there. Tiali and Elanga plays the ball into Wissa. And again, it's a great tackle. Yeah, it's a great tackle, to be fair. And again, Newcastle are left in the midst into the box now. Come Brentford. And Potter tries to shape the ball, but it's blocked.
Good block.
On the edge of the box. And Newcastle again now come away with the ball with Bruno into Elanga on that right-hand side. It's very much a basketball game now with this system, but Newcastle, even going forward, just don't look as though they can control the ball anyway. And it's a throw into Brentford. Even when we've got the opportunity to change, just doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't look that way. And looks ahead. Yeah, the booze.
Yeah, the Mackham's off. Yeah, the Mackham's off.
And
Yarmouk's coming on.
It's one of, like, how much did don't be wrong. When there was rumours he was coming back to the Premier League, everyone wrote him off, myself included, and he's come back and actually done half decent. But the fact he still gets in the England setup is absolutely baffling.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's that controlling figure. I don't think he's ever going to be a 90-minute man anymore. But like I say, he seems to control like a well-oiled machine. When you've played so many games as he has, you do see the game a little bit differently, and he's always just so composed on the ball. And I don't rate him as a player. I never have. But like I said, quite a funny situation there when he applauded the whole of St James's Park when he left the building. And again, look at this nice little give and go here with Witera going towards the edge of the box. It's driven in towards the box. It's off Botman. Is he going to save that from a corner? He has, but it's only out for a throw-in.
It's good defending from Botman there. Stands up his man. There's a little note being sent behind the Brentford midfielders. So clearly Keith Andrews has noticed something. He hasn't even looked. It didn't even look like he was going to look at it there.
Yeah.
4-3-3 is what he's screaming.
I think is it 4-4-2? I think it's 4-4-2. 4-4-2. He's trying to compete in that midfield. Now we've gone to a new system. So he's going to go now and drop it into a 4-4-2 to counteract what we've done with our substitute. So again, not waiting to see what happens. He's changed it straight away. Witera with a poor cross. But again, the look of Newcastle, it deflects in no man's land out for a corner. And that just seems to be our season so far under Eddie Howe. Anything that can be blocked away from danger just seems to fall straight back to a blue shirt, either as a set piece or a goal. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's no doubt Newcastle have been unlucky at times this year, but I mean it's like I hate to quote him, but it's like what Mike Ashley said. Teams make their own luck, and
They
we're going to
do.
make ours. The luck we've made this season's been absolutely terrible because we have in the latter stages of halves just sort of sat back.
Yeah, Pope does well there, gets his hands to it. Only comes out to a Newcastle player, but again, it deflects away from Witera and he backheels it against Lewis Hall for a throw into Brentford. And again, a dangerous position where Henry's going to launch this one into the box.
Yeah.
Or Coyote, I should say. Again, waiting for this throw-in to come from Coyote. Again, launched high into that box. And again, Pope parries the first one, but manages to catch it in his hands the second time. Where's he thrown that to? Who does he think Bruno is? Seriously?
Bruno's Elanga? That's insane.
That is incredible from Pope. Anyway,
there's
a
10
ball
yards ahead of Bruno Gomes on the right-hand side. There's a blue player in front of him. There's no chance on anyone on this planet gets it. Never mind Bruno, who isn't exactly the quickest.
Yeah, exactly. Lewis Hall now with the opportunity to bring the ball forward. He gives it into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again being faced off by lots of players, but unfortunately none of them in a black and white shirt. It comes back to Botman and Chow now, picks the ball up. He goes back on himself and gives it back to Botman. Tonali drops on the halfway line and into Tonali's feet. Bruno sees the opportunity to try and feed Trippier in. Trippier in behind Jensen. But again, it's a tap off Jensen, who's gone out for the throw into Newcastle. Deep in that right-hand side. Again, but it's nothing. Newcastle just don't have a player to throw the ball in like oppositions do. And again, referee is asking him to get right into the corner here.
He's not listening, is he?
No, he's still trying to get himself 5 yards, Kieran Trippier.
Try and find a bit more favourable position.
Out to Trippier, who dinks it into the box. Again, it's floated, so there's going to be a lot of neck muscles if that come off anybody. Back to Hall, now Tonali. Tonali sees, again, Trippier trying to get round the back. A header into the box. Again, it's a light reaction from Newcastle rather than receiving the ball. And the ball is just cleared from Brentford. It's come to Lewis Hall just inside his own half. Now Tonali, who's dropped back again to receive that ball. And again, just waits, gives Pope the nod. And Pope now just waiting for his team to drop in and draw the Brentford team forward. Botman now to Tonali. Tonali into Barnes, who's dropped a little deeper from his forward-thinking position earlier on, which I think probably is to the detriment of Newcastle because he does look the only player who can score goals these days. Chow on the halfway line.
Put it in the back of the net, it's him, isn't it?
Yeah, again, a long diagonal ball. And again, it's to nobody in particular. And Coyote just allows the ball to drift out of play for a throw into to Brentford.
That's good from Coyote there, to be fair. He
it
goes
is.
to jump up for the ball. He notices Lewis Hall stopped his run, and he's just gone, all right, I'll just leave it then. Good defending, I have to say. But a little naive from Newcastle.
Poor throw in now. It's only come to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall feeds into the box now with Bruno, but again,
hit it.
Yeah, it's not into any particular danger. And there you go. Witera gets deep into his own box, feeds Henry down that left-hand side. Henry's being chased. There's a ball in the middle now for Jensen on the edge of the box. It's blocked by Chow, though.
Well
Harvey Barnes picks up the deflection. Can he feed Voltemada? He doesn't trust him, and he keeps hold of the ball, and he gives it Voltemada in the end. Yeah, he could have given him first time. Now we've got Elanga on the left-hand side. Elanga driving towards the byline. Plays it into the box. And it's to nobody in particular, and it's Brentford that's easily able to take that away and drive the ball forward towards Thiago. Headed forward again by Botman. Now from Hall into Tonali. Tonali again got options on the right-hand side with Trippier. Trippier, again, there's lots of black and white shirts, but look at them, they're stationary. They're all just stationary. There's no movement from a black and white shirt anywhere. In the forward third.
Elanga's cross just before there. It's not a bad cross. It ends up on the penalty spot, but Wissa tries to go back post. Where the low cross is going to have to get beyond the goalkeeper, and it's going to have to go in the 6-yard box and beat 3 players for him to get it. terrible decision, but
absolutely.
wow,
Will Asula now coming on. That's going to be for Wiston. It's got to be, because he's offered absolutely nothing at all. Voltamada now picks the ball up, does well again, but he's doing the magic roundabout on the centre circle. Plays the ball down that right-hand side for Kieran Trippier, who seems to run quicker going forward than he does backwards. Plays the ball back towards Chow, and again plays the ball out square to Botman, who's got the chance to bring the ball forward. Now into Bruno's feet on the halfway line. Bruno turns, little ball over the top, trying to seek out Ilanga, but again, it's so easy for the defender just to head clear up towards Thiago. And again, there's a challenge from Thiago that puts Botman down on his honkers, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. Are we going to put Asula on now?
I would. I mean, he offers something different. It's a bit of chaos. You never know what he's going to do, but I'll be honest with you, it looks, although I've got all the possession, it looks like Brentford who are more likely to get the next goal. Yeah,
I totally agree. They look as though they could have pulled the trigger. It's a great ball from Jensen, trying to feed in Thiago down that left-hand side. But again, Malik Chow seems to have read the situation well. Bruno picks the ball up now, feeds it into Tonali, who's on the right-hand side into the box. There's a handball there. Referee, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He's pointed to the hand and then gave it the way of Brentford.
I think he's saying it was a free kick that created the handball. Ball comes in.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah. It was, in actual fact, it was Harvey Barnes who handles it.
Never mind. It looked like a hand. To be fair, it does hit off.
Harvey Barnes comes over. Wisser comes off. Asula comes on, and I'll tell you something now. That is a lot of money that Newcastle have thrown towards him when we had Asula all this time. It'll be interesting to see what happens because, like I say, all the Brentford fans wave him off. I think they are happier to get the money in the bank. Crazy.
Yeah, they'll certainly be happy. I mean, they're probably applauding the fact they got 55 million for him now. It hasn't been a good start of life for him at Newcastle. And to be honest, I don't see it getting too much better. But not on the pitch now. Focus on the players that are on. 25 minutes for Newcastle to do anything here, and for Will Asula to probably put himself ahead of Wisser in the pecking order.
Well, it ain't going to be hard. I think sometimes you've only got to turn up with your boot bag to do that. Ball down the line for Asula to try and get his first involvement in the game. And Aya sees the danger and puts it clear into the stand. And that's a throw into Newcastle, which has been taken. Bruno now with the ball into Lewis Hall's feet. Again, Lewis Hall goes back to Botman. Just everybody's camped inside the Brentford half now. Trippier down the line to Elanga. Again, not forward thinking Elanga, having to go back because there's no space for Elanga to run into. So to me, I can't see the point. Hall goes back to Botman. Again, trying to create that space with Brentford being moved out of their own half, being in that deep lock. Ball from Bruno into Tonali. Tonali's got the opportunity to turn. He does well. Tonali over the halfway line. Gets it out to Trippier. Again, are we moving the ball really too slow? Because we've just allowed 100%. Brentford just to get back into shape. We've got the opportunity to get to the front line really quickly, and we seem to delay anything going forward. Lewis Hall now down this left-hand side. Back to Botman. We go square again to Chow. Chow looks up and drives the ball into Voltamada's feet. There's a Tonali give and go there. Bruno out to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall again doesn't want to go on his favoured foot. Brings it back to Bruno. Bruno now goes inside. Throws it square to Chow. Chow looks up. Again, with a touch out of his feet, going towards the edge of the box. He shoots! Oh, it's a good save from Kelleher. Have we got a second shot? Yes, we have.
He's had a better shot on him than anyone else in this game, I'll be honest with you.
That was a good shot. It was shaping beautifully into that right-hand corner.
Yeah, it's a great effort. Kelleher with a brilliant save, though. Newcastle need more of that.
Bruno now. Come on. Let's see it again. Bruno coming in with his in-swinger underneath the ball. It's the back stick. Oh! Botman up for his brace, but it's just wide of the post again.
Not a bad effort at all, really. this is pretty much an identical corner to the one Newcastle scored from. But does it say at all that the two centre-backs seem like the only ones who can score?
Yeah, you're right. That's what I said. I mean, that was a good little run from Malik Chow, running into towards the box. And I say he blasts that one across the face of Kelleher, who does himself really no harm in that one. It's a save for the cameras.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ball goes long. And again, Elanga forcing the issue when it's gone behind now for a throw-in deep in the Brentford half. It seems as though Newcastle have put the afterburners on in the last 5 minutes. But again, not really causing any problems where it counts. They're just huffing and puffing in front of goal with nothing really apart from that one from Malik Chow on goal.
Yeah, it's the centre-backs that are causing the issues. And I'm not going to lie, Voldemort has come on, not done a lot. Asula hasn't touched the ball yet. Elanga's created a couple of dangerous chances, but probably still hasn't done enough. I mean, he's just kicked the ball almost out of play there, which is pretty terrible. But substitutes haven't done enough for me since coming on.
Yep. I mean, there's again Thiago into the back of Lewis Hall, and again he puts him on his bottom, and I think that is going to be. Did the referee just say to him, "You're far too big"?
You're too tall to be doing that.
You can't be doing that on that young'un. He's only a bairn. Oh, I love it. That's a yellow card to Thiago.
Need to see something here, because it does seem like the only way we're going to score is from set pieces. I mean, the way he's going.
What's he doing there, Thiago? What's he doing? Surely to God, he's just been booked. What are you doing, lad? Come on.
The thing is, if I'm Eddie Howe now, I am sitting there and I am saying, any chance you get him annoyed.
Yeah, get into him. Make him think. And now look at that. He's still having a go. This is incredible, to be fair. Ball into the box. Again, it's headed clear by Brentford. It's picked up again by Trippier. Tonali square now. Picks the ball up just inside the Brentford half. Again, all the Brentford have done is the low block, and it's up to Newcastle to see if they can do something they haven't done before. Tonali now into the box, and it's a poor cross, to be fair.
Wow.
And it's out only to Lewis Hall, though. And again, got the opportunity to go to Trippier on, who's the deepest defender at the moment. So you can imagine what it's going to be like if they do break with Trippier as the last man. And again, Lewis Hall, who hasn't literally shone this game at all, loses the ball down the left-hand side. And here we go. There was 2-on-1 there for Brentford. But luckily, Newcastle do win the ball back. Voltemada now running towards the box. He gets it past one player, gives it into Elanga, and Elanga gives it to Brentford because he can't see. He's got different eyesight to any bugger else.
Why does he not shoot? Why does Voltemada not just take a crack there? I think it's any striker gets a bit of space.
Chance for Trippier, who goes all the way back to Pope. And again, Pope, he just gets it and launches it towards the halfway line. But again, every black and white shirt watches it land, and it's given straight back to Brentford.
Yeah,
I mean, has Asula touched the ball yet? I don't think he has.
No, I don't think he has.
So you can see how hard it is for any of our strikers, to be fair. Doesn't matter who you are, anybody. I think even Messi would have a problem scoring in this team.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem to have to come so deep to try and get onto the ball. And it's okay when you're playing against a low block to come a little bit deep at times when you've got two players who can run in behind, but there is no running in behind for Newcastle at the minute. It feels like the Wolves game, just we're losing.
It's you know what it seems like to me at the minute. The way Brentford are setting up now is literally the counter. They are drawing Newcastle into a false sense of security, getting our players forward, even the two centre-backs. And what we are doing, like I say, we're leaving ourselves wide open. There was an half chance if they could have got it out of the feet. I don't know whether it was Yarmolenko that has come on for Henderson. Couldn't get out of his feet, and there was a clear path. If they'd have just squared the ball, there was 2-on-1 with Tonali, and it could have been all over, to be fair. And I think, if you look at what Brentford have just done, they've kicked the ball long to nobody in particular and just given Newcastle the ball back for no apparent reason, apart from this. allowing the players to get further and further up the field. We've got Toon Army and Elenga out of his feet, but again, he tries a shot. It's fallen to Bruno, but again, the deflection, everybody's too close. And now we've got Witera now down this left-hand side. It's the out ball. Witera racing down onto this left-hand side. Witera into the box, but again, it's deflected out for a corner.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for Newcastle because you don't want to contribute too many players forward. But the second half has been a bit of a damp squib, really. We've had all the ball, not really doing anything with it, though. It's too slow. It's sideways and backwards, sideways and backwards. And then when it does go forward, it tends to be straight to a Brentford player. So, yeah, there's some big issues that Newcastle need to address, not just in this game, obviously. But there's still time. Plenty of teams have scored 2 in this period. I'm not saying I think Newcastle will, but get one, who knows what will happen.
Yeah, this is Brentford's only third corner, believe it or not. Newcastle have had 9. And Becca saying Winnie's making a list of all the positives from this game. Becca, all I can say, it does depend of what game Win's watching, because he don't always watch ours. Here we go. We've got Asula now with his first burst of pace. We've got an option here. Ball to Alanga. Alanga into the box. Oh, we've got two takers, but we've got a problem here. Somebody's gone down, and I think
either
it's Bruno.
A broken leg or it's an exaggeration.
Yeah, Bruno's gone down as though he's been shot by the kebab man. I don't know what happened there.
Kebab man hasn't seen the ball in a little while.
Yeah, I mean, he did well, Asula. Yeah, Asula does well. I think that was the ball, though, there into Bruno, who was free from Asula. Again, I don't know what happened there because it looked like Henry
pulls him back.
Oh, yeah, he takes his back foot off him, his standing foot. Are they going to look at this one?
Look, I think it's one of those. If Bruno,
you know what?
I don't think Bruno gets anywhere near it if he's still running, which might give Brentford a bit of relief. But for me, if you're going just off the contact, that's a penalty all day. I don't know why he's holding the thigh, though.
Yeah, Bruno's
gone down.
He's looking more towards the referee than anybody else, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah. Andy Madley is being recommended to look at the screen.
He's going to the screen. It's not field review, everybody.
Well, they're going to get away with one, I think, because there's going to be a penalty here, a chance to get back into it when they haven't really done enough to deserve it in the second half.
You know, can I just say, though, he's only going over to the screen because he's gonna order his pizza. He's gone to have a look at Domino's to see what's on offer.
Just make sure you get it on collection. There's better deals.
Oh, my days. This is criminal. But, I mean, he does catch him. I mean, to me, it's a penalty.
Yeah, I completely agree.
He's asking him to run on. He runs through the back of him. He takes his back foot that's up. I mean, they'll say it's an accidental coming together of players with Madley. I can see it now. I could feel it in my water, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it's Coyote that actually brings him down. Sorry, I thought.
It's Coyote, is it? Yeah, Coyote, the defender. I mean, he does take his leg from underneath him, and like I say, I have seen these given, but like we all know what Andy Madley's like. Oh my days, it's crazy.
I think from the fact they stopped it first, from where Langa plays the ball, and they stopped it there for a little while, I think Madley was also potentially looking to see if Bruno was onside, which would tell me that potentially this is going to be given as a... Oh, they're looking at the back angle. Yeah, you can see he pulls
it there.
I don't know why he's waiting, to be honest. It's recommended there's a pen.
Here we go. There you go. Penalty given.
Newcastle.
Coyote. The careless trip. If he don't score this, it's going to be a careless whisper. I'll be honest with you. On your way, lad. On your way. Get your bag and run.
Yeah, who takes it, though? That is the question.
Have we got a... Yeah, well, who do you give it to? Vault?
Bruno.
You've got to do, haven't you, now? You've got to give it to Vault. I mean, we've seen...
Scored his
yeah, give it to Asula. Oh my days!
You know what? Why not? He's so chaotic. He'll probably aim to put it top left corner. It'll go on bottom right.
Big Nick, here we go. Now Bruno wanted it, and Big Nick says, "No, this is mine, lad."
You know what? I'm making.
Now Bruno's having it. Bruno's having it.
I'm changing the overlay now. 2-2. It's happening.
Bruno's having it.
Come on, Bruno. Look like
Come on, Bruno. Come on, son. Come on. Bruno composes himself on that step. Is he going to stutter? Oh, God, it always makes me worry when they stutter on the run up to the ball.
If he stutters, I'm changing it back to 2-1.
Yeah, here we go. We know he stutters. Bruno's on the run. There's a stutter, and then he hits it. It's a goal! 2-2 in the St James's Park. Down to the keeper's left-hand side. Keeper goes right. I'm on my way for me kebab. Come on!
It's a great penalty, isn't it? A bit like Thiago in the first half. Delays it a little bit. Sends the keeper. Well, it's a brilliant penalty at the end of the day. One of those. Does his little stutter. Sends the keeper the wrong way. It's not right in the corner, but when the keeper goes the wrong way, it doesn't really matter. Newcastle back in it. Potential to get a third. But is 2-2 enough, really? At the start of the game, we thought we needed a win. I still think that, to be honest.
A draw isn't enough, mate. I don't care what anybody says. You ain't got games coming up that favour the way we're playing at the moment. They have got to go in these next 12 plus minutes that a game is given to go on and get this. You know, and again, Brentford have been criminal, similar doing a Castle, if you like. They sat off and allowed Newcastle to push and push and push. There's been a change for Brentford. And it looks like Donovan's on the field of play for, I think that must be Potter that's gone off. I'm not sure. I will check in a second. But here we go. Game on, everybody. Asula's up for this one. Closing down on Kelleher, who goes long towards Thiago. Again, I think he's very lucky to still be on this field of play, if I'm honest with you. Ball back with Trippier, who goes on a dodgy square ball to Botman. But again, it's forward. And now it's Voltemada. Now we've got Asula. Now Bruno. Again, it's a poor ball from Asula, though, to be fair, into Thiago, who turns it round the corner. And here we go. Jensen into... Oh, is that? I don't know whether it's offside. Whitera was offside, to be fair. It was a nice play, nice build-up there. And again, Whitera just literally didn't look along the line, and he's let Newcastle off there. But, I mean, again, there wasn't many blue shirts in the box for him to aim at.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, to be honest, the ball goes in behind, and I'm thinking, why is the defender not going towards the ball? Looked like he knew it was an offside. Calm it down a little bit, but it's one of those. There's another goal in this, and
there's definitely is another goal. And to be fair, it's the first time in a long time I've heard the faithful sing. Tonali now picks that ball up. Yeah, exactly. Up the line to Tonali. Yeah, to Tonali. Elanga inside to Voltemada, driving to the box. Voltemada! He doesn't. He delays the shot. And again, he gets too close to the defenders. And it's easy for Brentford to clear the lines. But random access, thank you ever so much. That membership has gone to Kanish Kahinja, and I hope I've said that right. And if I haven't, I apologise. You've got your membership. Don't forget to renew it. That'll give Random, who's a massive fan of this channel, 100%, the big thanks that he deserves. Thank you ever so much, 100%. Buddy. Here we go. Can we get the winner in the 9 minutes left? It's with Kelleher in his own half. The boys are knocking on the door. But is it Avon? I'm going to say.
It's always Avon.
Yeah, it feels more like Avon. Ball back with Pope. Gets it out of his feet again. Drills it into Botman. His first touch wasn't brilliant, but he's able to get it out to Hall. Hall now down the line looking for the run of Harvey Barnes. But again, Coyote will see this one home, I think. Oh, he's got it in. Oh, Harvey Barnes leaves a foot in. Silly. And he gives Brentford a free kick literally on the byline.
Yeah, silly one from Harvey there. Coyote realistically isn't going anywhere. He's in that corner. There's no one really helping him on the press, but they've still got to play it out from that position, which is difficult. You don't need to foul him there. but they are slowing things down pretty much every time they get the ball now, Brentford, aren't they?
Brentford are happy with a draw at St James's Park, you know that. Like I said, and Keller has really testing the luck of the referee here, because he's not even approached it. He does now go long again in towards the halfway line. Voltemade with a head, but again, it only goes to a blue shirt. Donovan now gets the ball on the halfway line. Can only give it to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes got Asula in front of him. Asula now picks the ball up. Can you do something with Asula? Asula gets onto his right foot again, running nowhere, and he gives the ball away. Again, he should have just passed it back to Tonali. There was no need, and that's going to be a throw-in to Newcastle because Donovan couldn't keep it in play. It's hectic at St James's Park. And again, there was a little bit left on him there from Donovan.
Yeah, young player coming on, I think it is. I think he might be one from Brentford's academy. Not exactly put his name in lights there, has he? Stupid decision. Oh, speaking of stupid decisions.
Stupid decisions, here we go.
Thiago.
Yeah. Again, Witara on that left-hand side, gets it into the box. Can Tonali clear it? He loops it up in the air, and Popey saves it from going out for a corner, and Popey comes out with the ball. Just don't throw it to a blue shirt. Goes it out to Trippier on that right-hand side. Down the line to Elanga. Inside now to Voltemade. Voltemade gets it out of his feet. Look up, lad, and play the ball in. Elanga, can you win the race? No, you can't. Elanga hasn't got the pace we all thought. He's left it in the locker.
I think you could have had a leopard running at that and it still wouldn't have got the end of it. But
thank you.
It wasn't a great ball and it wasn't a great run.
Yeah, thank you, Wazza. Now Becker's the biggest fan of the channel. Yam yam. Indeed. Thanks, Wazza, for the £2, buddy. Ball back to Callagher, and it's out now to that left-hand side. And again, we just tried to build up from the back with Janelt. Again, the one team that needs the win is going to be a black and white shirt, not a blue shirt.
Good play, this, though.
Yeah, and the ball down to this right-hand side, and Coyote can't keep that ball in. So, again, it's out for a throw-in to Newcastle.
Showing us a little replay there. Elanga pushing Coyote into, I think it was, okay, so they're saying there's an impediment on the
Coyote.
two Brentford players. Yeah,
but look at Coyote's recovery, though, mate. He goes to the floor, and he's the one who makes the tackle. You know what I mean? That's the effort. That's the dedication to the cause. That's a poor header from Botman again, and it's come through to Witara!
Oh.
Botman again! What are you doing? The bloody poor header out. It falls directly to Janssen, who just throws it into that left-hand channel for Witera to run onto, who hammers it in between bloody legs of Pope, who, again, his legs are open more than body blue these days. It's ridiculous what's going on. And it's 3-2 to Brentford.
Yeah, Pope has to do better there. Botman as well. The header out needs to be better. But when it's hit straight at you pretty much like that is, you can't allow it to go through you. It's a long ball from Kelleher. Botman heads it down, basically the centre of the park. Utara's all the space in the world. I'm not sure why there isn't, why Trippier wasn't there. Low half volley. Pope gets a touch on it, but it's not enough to stop it going into the corner. Not good enough.
I mean, Cuffy's right. I've probably been a bit harsh on Botman there, but again, you've got to know where your players are, Cuffy. You know what I mean? If you're headering it back into the danger zone, son, you could have headed that anywhere. You know what I mean? Even to the left-hand side. You don't header it back into the danger zone if you haven't got a midfielder anywhere near you. And again, you've got to ask yourself, where was Trippier when all that was coming on board? And now they're bringing on Damsgaard. I mean, it just proves what's going on. And Jensen going off, who's had a cracking game for Brentford, to be fair. Probably been their star player, if I'm honest with you, Jensen. I just, like I said, I just think it's criminal the way Newcastle, and here we go, a double change. Kieran Trippier comes off now after all that. And Dan Burns on.
Yeah, I think that might be Eddie Howe sitting there and saying, you know what, I am sick to death of you being out of position. Let's throw the makeshift left back on. He's probably going to put him right back, let's be honest. And Jacob Ramsey coming on there as well for Tonali.
Yeah, I think Newcastle will go 3 at the back now and everybody will just go forward. It'll be 3 at the back, I would imagine. Or has Lewis Hall gone right back? Oh, yeah, Lewis Hall right back. There you go. You wouldn't have thought that, would you? Lewis Hall is right back. Dan Burn left back. I mean, what? Oh, Christ. I mean, that is just the way it goes for me. I don't know who went off. Was that Tonali has gone off as well?
Yeah, Tonali and Trippier.
Trippier has gone off, and it's Ramsey now who's on. Ball back with Botman. Botman now picks the ball up, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes on this left-hand side. Harvey Barnes gets it onto his right foot, bends it into the 6-yard box. It's headed clear.
Decent ball.
Only to Botman again, though, who tries to find it into Ramsey and Damsgaard. And again, Janelt just playing the ball up towards Thiago. And Malik Chow has got the legs on him, and the ball is all the way back to Pope. 88th minute, Newcastle 2, Brentford 3. We need to update the scoreboard, dude. The ball back with Harvey Barnes now. Harvey Barnes throws the ball back to Botman. Botman back to Pope, who, again, from what I'm seeing from Newcastle at the moment, it looks like we'll win 3-2, not Brentford. Ball out towards Dan Burn, who wins that header firm there from Donovan. Up to Chow. Up to Voltamada, who gives it back to Barnes. Now it's Bruno into Elanga. Out to Hall. Hall on his left foot. Will he shoot? He shoots with his right foot. And again, it hits his own player. That just seems to be the way we go. Thiago now plays the ball round the corner to Donovan on this right-hand side. Again, just driving, trying to get as far up the field of play as we can. Faced up by Botman. Botman, again, driving back as a shot on from Donovan. We've allowed him to run from his own half again into the box of Newcastle to get a shot at goal. What are you doing? Come on!
There's nothing there from Newcastle in midfield at the minute, is there? Bruno's trying to get on the ball, trying to run, but he's just passed straight to a Brentford player and they attack again.
Yeah, Coyote goes down there. It was harsh, to be fair. Coyote just dived from a little bit of meat. And Bruno looks as though he's gone, mate, to be fair. I don't know what it is with Bruno. He's just got his hands on his knees. Whether the 2 games has affected him, I wouldn't have thought so. I would have thought he was the freshest out of all of them, if I'm honest with you. Having 2 weeks rest.
It's whether or not he was even fit to play. That's the thing, because there's always, he could be 60, 70%. We don't know.
Yeah. We did warn all the dangers, though, of Brentford before we started the game. And they've come and capitalised on everything Newcastle have offered.
Yeah, absolutely. They've only had a few chances in the game, but they've took them pretty much every single one of them. And there's
the ball into the box, and again, 9 minutes. Yeah, 9 minutes of added time. That's come on. So, like I say, it's ball now with Malik Chow inside his box, plays it up to Ramsey. Ramsey out to Hall. Hall, good first time inside ball to Bruno. Bruno now sees Ramsey, who's tugged back. That's going to be a yellow card from Janelt. And again, he's lucky. Again, he's took one for the team.
Yeah, 100%. A little pull back there on Jacob Ramsey. It's just, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to think of us if we've got anyone who is really capable of scoring here, because Voltamada hasn't touched the ball in the second half, other than the first. Well, every time he's tried to run forward and not took a shot. It seems like the centre-backs are a penalty on Newcastle's only chance of getting back in this.
Yeah, ball again deep into the Newcastle half. Again, Brentford just happy to clear it. Ball launched up towards Botman, who stayed forward. And again, it's easy for Brentford to get it forward from them. Dan Burn now on this left-hand side, gives it into Asula. Barn again, back to Asula. Plays it back to Bruno. Ramsey now, again, nowhere forward for Newcastle. They're having to play square. Back with Ramsey. Back with Bruno. Bruno's got Hall to the right-hand side of him. Hall now picking the ball up in his new position. Down towards Elanga. Elanga again plays the ball into Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall comes inside. Again gets a tackle from Donovan. Ball really quickly from Hall. Into Elanga! Oh, no! Malik Chow trying to slide in towards the near post. And it's wide. That was a chance.
Yeah, I've said he's got to score. It's a bit harsh. There is a player pulled him down sort of at the same time, but brilliant quick free kick. Finds Alanga in a good position. Brilliant cross towards Malik Chow. Has to do better. Has to try, get it on target, but he is being pulled down, so you can kind of see why he doesn't get a good enough contact on it. Newcastle knocking on the door.
I hope he ain't knocking on that man's hard hat. Ball goes long from Kelleher. Again, it's easy for Chow to head that ball forward, but it's gone out of play in the Brentford half. And again, they're going to take the time getting this back. There's a lot of sullen faces in the crowd at St James's Park. They're not happy with what they're seeing.
Not surprised. I don't think anyone turned up today expecting Brentford to score 3 and be leading after 92 minutes. One of those where you thought Newcastle would at least show that they can push for European qualification, but Hall now down injured. I mean, I'm not sure why the referee hasn't gone
took
back.
A stamp on somebody there, and there's a ball over the top from Thiago to Coyote, and a Coyote is gonna.
That is so stupid. The referee's pulled it back for a foul on Igor Thiago. When I'm not going to lie, the worst tackle in that play was Lewis Hall.
Was on Lewis Hall, yeah, exactly. Yes. And then all of a sudden, it's like Thiago who gets it. And again, I don't even know.
Does really well, and then why is there not a free?
Ramsey and Hall there having words. I don't know what. Again, you can see there's a little bit of an issue between the team there because Ramsey and Hall there just having a bit of a disagreement with something. And again, it wasn't anything like back in the day with Janus. Ball over the top. Dan Byrne heads the ball, but again, it comes to a blue shirt and Damsgaard runs into, runs into that right-hand box corner of the Newcastle half, and again they are in the 95th minute of 9 added on, so they're not going to rush this one.
Not at all.
And again, Yarmouk just drops the ball, and there's not really anybody anywhere near the ball, and then all of a sudden, here he comes, Coyote with a throw and a half. It's like a cross.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one, isn't it? We've seen these plenty of times.
Ball comes in from Coyote to the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's headed clear from Voltemada. But he's been given a free kick on that one. So easy for them to get the ball clear now for Newcastle. But again, just need to get a half a chance again before we go to the full time. Because if we can get a draw out of it, it's not good enough, but it gets us out of jail.
Yeah, we certainly need it. I thought the penalty got us out of jail in the first place, but we need something else here. Though now it's Voltemada who's down. With a bit of
and Donovan has been taken out there.
Yeah, and that's going to be a yellow card for Louis Hall.
He's losing his head a little bit here, Louis Hall, to be fair, when he didn't get his... and Louis Hall's in the book. So
I thought Ramsey before was probably just saying to him, look, calm down. The more you argue with the referee, the more time is going past. And he's not in a very good fettle, Lewis Hall, is he? Not
at all.
It wouldn't surprise me, because we don't have anyone we can bring on for him. It wouldn't surprise me if he gets that second yellow in the next 4 minutes.
No, well, you can see Thiago now, look, he's saying something to him. You've got to be very careful that he doesn't get himself in a silly situation here, Lewis Hall, because that's something that we can't afford to get banned.
No, exactly. I was going to say someone really
look at this.
Protect him in those situations.
This is terrible. The referee is not saying a word. Ball eventually comes into the box. Dan Byrne gets it up in the air, but again, it's offside. I wondered what the hell was going on there.
Yeah, I have to say, since not just for Brentford time wasting, the refs had for me, not a great game. But when you're sitting looking at the time wasting going on and the fact he's not doing anything about it,
he's offside.
Whatsoever.
He's got to be offside there, referee. Damsgaard now with the ball down on this right hand side. Again, he just stops, plays the ball back, and again, Yarmouk just really trying to just close the game off now. They're not really pushing to get into the box, even though there's three. Even now, there's still 3 blue shirts, believe it or not, in the Newcastle box this late into the game. That's Brentford, just taking that gamble. It does come to something, though. I've just seen in there 4 shots Is that 17 games I've just seen from
Faltamada. It was 4 and
Again.
16 before today, and he hasn't took one today, so yeah, it will be.
Yeah, Jesus, terrible.
Absolutely
Again,
dreadful.
Jan Eltz with a cross into the box. But Bruno plays the ball out
Terrible
towards Alanga,
pass.
but again, it's nowhere near a black and white shirt. It's only Kelleher now who's launched it forward. And again, Louis Saul, what are you doing, lad? Just calm it down. Your arms are all over Donovan there. You're just going to get yourself into the book again, and that is it. Newcastle are going to find it really difficult to replace you on that left-hand side. Some days you're only a glimmer of hope. It's criminal.
Yeah, Dan Burn playing the next game.
Yeah, Brentford, doing the double over us at the minute, so it's not great.
Yeah, he's not
Donovan
good enough
again.
at all, really.
No, again, look at that. Give and go there into the box. Thiago lets it run, and luckily for us, there's no blue shirt running onto it. Now Asula, 1 versus 3, the other end. And again, it's a missed kick from Coyote. But luckily for Brentford, and no luck for Newcastle, because again, we're 3-2 down, and there's nobody's up there apart from Asula. You've got to gamble now, lads. Just throw a player, 2 or 3 players up top, and if you lose 4-2, what's the difference?
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Honestly, it's comical, mate. Absolutely bloody comical. This late in the game. Oh, Malik Chow with a really poor touch, and it's given it to Damsgaard. Damsgaard now, there's 4 or 5 blue shirts forward. Witara again comes on his right shot. Oh, it's a shot over the bar. Is that saved by Pope, or has it gone directly over the bar?
I thought he got a good save on that, I'll be honest, but I might be wrong.
Jeez. Unreal.
Beats Dan Burn, all ends up, takes a shot.
Yeah, puts him down. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
We should still have another minute or two here, though, from time wasting. Not like it'll do anything.
That's it. It's all over. It's St James's Park. It is Newcastle 2. No, it is Newcastle 2, Brentford 3. And I must admit, up to 7th, Brentford go on 39 points. Newcastle find themselves in 12th on 33 points. And I must admit, I have not seen a worse performance, if I'm honest with you. I say a worse performance. I find it criminal to think that we've paid all this money out for these 2 strikers that don't offer you anything at all up top. What is Eddie Howe seeing in these lads that we aren't seeing? Because I don't understand it. We've got a midfield at one point was the best midfield everybody was saying in the Premier League. Trust me, this ain't a good midfield anymore. They are walking through us like we are not even there. I'm going to say a massive. We had a couple of shouts coming in there. Super Sam, sack everyone, said Super Sam. Not good enough. Thank you, mate. And again, there's huge boos in the crowd. I've just been told there from Connor in the chat. So boos. That wouldn't surprise me. And like I say, it's not great. And I just wanted to say thank you ever so much. I'm putting you on the screen now for those that I didn't random with that gifted membership that went to Kanish. So welcome on board, Kanish. And Wazat, thank you so much for your super chat during the show. And obviously Andy Bell for your super chat as well. Peter Merrifield as well. Thank you so much with your super chat. Sapir Ord, and again, for Queen of Art, who also gifted 5 memberships out there. So thank you all so much. Don't forget, before I go over to join Chris in the post-match conference, because I'm sure it's going to be a noisy one. Final thoughts, mate.
Yeah, it's not good enough. Like, we looked at these 2 games and went, these are the games you win. I said during the commentary, if Howe was to go, it would be Tyndall probably that comes in and they would choose a manager before the end of the season. Brentford do the double over you. Players don't really look too interested. I don't think there's much chance of us getting Europe based on tonight. What's the reason not to change it for me? Like, at this point, what do you lose?
Yeah, exactly. 6 goals against Brentford if I'm honest with you, in 2 games isn't good enough defensively. Like I said, for me, looked all over the shop today. I thought it was a bit criminal. And there was another one that's just come in. Luca. Thank you ever so much, mate. We have Disneyland in our box. Yeah, I totally agree with you, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to everybody with the super chats. Don't forget, join us straight after this show for Chris and the boys to have their say and what can only be offered as a poor performance at St James's Park. It's no longer the fortress as we thought. Anybody comes in and wins these days. Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. For joining me. Thank you so much to Tim, Boki, and also Peter that started the show off. Until the next one, I will see you on the road. Take care, everybody.
Take care.